Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, and this is my little Zoria Triglov, and it is May 20th, YC127, and this is the Eve Universe Show! Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, guys? I've got my puppy. That puppies equal happiness. How's it going? Settle on in, like the stream, like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Yada, yada, yada. We're settling in. So last week we did Abyss week. We did 5 streams, 5 weathers, 5 ships. It was a lot of fun. If you missed them, go back and watch those streams. There's a lot of good information in them, and we had a lot of good fun. But last week I promised that I would do a review of the event, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Somebody asked me, when am I going to do it? I said tomorrow. That was on Wednesday, which would have been Thursday. So in to be thematic with the event itself, I said I was going to do something, and then nothing happened. So, but that being said, I did get called out about it over the weekend. So we do want to go back over the event. And thankfully, we have a New Eden news to cover. Oh my gosh, such a photogenic puppy. Like the stream for the puppy. She works so hard to keep Ash happy. Like the stream for the puppy. All right. Let's see here. So what we're going to do, and the guinea pigs, don't forget the guinea pigs. It's not as easy to keep them on, get them on stream. I could theoretically go get them, but we've got too much stuff to cover today. Let's see here. Where's my browser window? There it is. The crisis is over, they say. So we're going to start with the New Eden news, and then I've got my review of set up a guinea pig cam. I maybe could. We have Zoria. Yes, who's a good detached executive troika for the sublimation of post-lost flow? You are? Yes, you are. You're such a good extirpator of the post-lost flow. Sublimator of the post-lost flow. All right. Also, speaking of sublimation of the post-lost flow, there's also new skins to show off, but also we're going to be doing a skin giveaway during this first... That's such a long nickname. I know, right? We're going to do a giveaway as well. Streamlabs. All right. Yep. Are you good? You're just going to keep looking for stuff in my lap? So we are going to be doing a fleet today. We're going to be doing a dual standing fleet into Pochfin live. So what could possibly go wrong? All of my Triglavian friends are currently perking up and getting themselves into position to kill me and my fleet. So I can't imagine it's going to go too well, but we do have new skins for it. Hold on, let me show off. Thrans I'm going to just call him Chief Operations Officer, the main guy that makes events and activities and the stuff work. He's got a new set of skins, including some older ones, but here is the Executor. And here are all of the ones that are currently available. We have one for the Algos, the Tristan, the Executor. I think that's a Procurer. Well, all 3 of the Tech 1. Yeah, Coveter, Retriever, Procurer, Drekavek, Kikimora, and Vexer. The Vexer one I can also show you guys. You can pick them up if you're part of the Alliance, but we're going to be doing a giveaway for either the this Executor one or the Vexer one. The Vexer one looks really good. He worked really hard. So this is what it looks like dirty. And now I'm going to make it clean. Yeah, both all of our Skindustrialists, Thrans and Punch, and theoretically even myself, we can get you. Hey, Sack, if you want to get one, you're more than welcome to. Obviously, they're in our corporation colors, but you know, Thrans and Punch and myself make skins on demand if you're interested. But like this, he did such a good job making this. Like, it's kind of cool because like nobody thought about this ahead of time. But this swipe, the white swipe with the orange and the black, looks so good and so Malro. I'm very pleased with how it turns out. So we are going to do a giveaway for either the Executor or the Vexer, whichever one you want. Let's get that started. We plunder Pochvin, and you plunder our skin collection! Exclamation point, plunder for your chance to win either the Vexer or the... Actually, technically speaking, you get more than that as a choice. You get more than that as a choice because we can see in my collections I have the Burst skin by Thrans, the gold and white Burst. You could also pick up my Dark Cerberus fit from last week's stream. I do have an extra copy of this. We have the Dark Tiger skin, which was Thrans's black and gold with tiger stripe Logi ship. We have the Kiki from Punchinello with the teal, black, and gold. We have one of them Malro Procurers. And then we, of course, have the Executor that I just showed off, and the Vexer that we just showed off, and the pretty in pink Bantam by Thrans. Hey, you know, you could, if you win Thrans, you could just pick up Punches or mine. You don't have to win your own thing. How's it going, Dutch? Good to see you guys. All right. Yes, I'm very proud of our Skindustrialists. They do a great job. If you do not win one of these, they are on sale for the Malro members. Also, you know, like I said, you can always hit up our Skindustrialists. Okay. Looks like that's working. Yes, I am using the term Skindustrialist unironically. Don't at me. Okay. Also, I want to show off. We'll just do this ahead of time before we go into the New Eden news. There was a set of skins added today. We will talk about the police skins. Should I do that? Yeah, let's just go ahead and jump. Let's go ahead and do the Eve, or like the skins and stuff first. For those of you who don't know, I'm not a partner or anything like that. I get no compensation from CCP for showing off their sales or whatever. I do this for your guys' sake, so that way people can understand what the deals are. I do get asked this just in case. I don't. I've been partnered with Asmon, or I've been compared to Asmongold before. I don't know how to feel about that. Either way. Okay, so today they put out a Plex skin. I've had this hair forever. Okay. Actually, I've been tempted to cut my hair. Should I cut my hair? I was thinking about doing like a fundraiser. If we go to HoboLeaks, or sorry, these skins, these police skins were what was added to the game a few weeks ago. They did have a set of police skins that were available during the anniversary time period, but we did notice that a lot of the skins, including the Paladin one, was not available. Actually, hold on. I need to swap over to my alt so that way we can head to Jita to check out some prices. But in the meantime, they have released the other 6 police skins that were added about a month ago, and some of them are spendy. So let's go ahead and look at this. First of all, it's a 20% off all Plex sale, which like 1500 Plex would normally be, if you were just so 1500 Plex is 3 months of game time, right? So if you think about it, if you just bought the game time with normal Omega, just paying credit card for Omega, you would spend $60. So already this 1500 Plex and 2 skins is less than that. It's, you know, $8 less than that. Likewise, you know, 6000 Plex would be 12 months, which would be $240. So we can see actually the entire 20% off because it's $239.99. So turns out if you buy 12 months of Omega at the same time with Plex, then it costs the same as if you had paid Omega. Now, obviously, that's not true. If we went to Omega, we could see that we could pick up 24 months of Omega for $11.29. So we are using the just plain old $20 for Omega, just for full disclosure, right? We're using that as a metric to base ourselves off of. So you can always get cheaper. But what we're seeing here is that 6000 Plex would have normally been $240. If you'd bought 12 months of Omega with 1 month at a time, that would be $240. You get it for $191. Okay. Aren't they going to change the Plex economy? I don't think so. Well, like, I do remember, like, they're not going to change, as far as I know. There's no expectation that they're going to change the cost of Plex. They do continue to do Plex sales and find other ways of adding Plex into the game, like the 100 Plex for the previous event. So they are continuing to put suppressors on Plex. However, and we've talked about this quite a bit, as of right now, which right now is what kind of matters. Right now, Plex is still at about 6.4, which, if we look, is a historical pretty high point. It's been a pretty big month or year for Plex in the first place. Actually, if we go for the whole year, we can see that in the last year, it's gone from 5 million to 6.4 million. So it has dropped a little bit from its heights, its crazy heights earlier this year. But, you know, it's been more or less level at about 6.4 since last December. CCP has said that they want to put a suppressor on it, like they might want to introduce new ways of getting it. Yeah, that's true. So obviously keep that in mind if you're holding on to Plex long term. But remember, like, there's a lot of people holding on to Plex long term. That's part of the big problem. And CCP wants to encourage people to stop holding on to Plex long term. So we'll have to see how that plays out. We've talked about this on many different several videos, including the economic report. I think we talked about that last week. But to go back to this, if you get the one skin, so for 36 bucks American, you can get the Hound Republic Police skin, which, I mean, to be fair, that's a good one, right? Like, the Hound is a stealth bomber. The chances of it being, this skin being valuable in the long run is pretty high. People love to have stealth bomber skins. In fact, before all of this craziness happened, we can actually go look at the Manticore. The Manticore has a state police skin, and we can see that that has been going on. It's actually been more than this historically, I'm pretty sure, but like, this is 600 million ISK for the Manticore police skin. The Hound police skin is currently sitting at 100 million. So you could theoretically see that going up. I would not sell it to the buy prices, but it's a pretty nice skin, especially with like things like Wormhole Police, right? Wormhole Police and other groups like that definitely are going to want this kind of skin because it's stealth bombers and police. Halt Citizen. However, the next one is what I think is going to be the biggest one. If an alpha clone reaches 5.7 million skills, but it was a mess of skills, should I create another character and train 5 million with the correct skills? Or maybe should I use skill extractors because of sale? That really depends on what you're trying to do with that clone. If your goal is to have that clone stay as an alpha clone, making a new one might be fine. If you're going to go Omega with it ever, I'd recommend staying where you like, keeping your skills. No skill point is wasted, in my opinion. I actually am very anti-extractor, so that's my bias. I'm probably never going to be like, you should extract. Like, so let's just put my biases out there. But I would argue that you never know what's going to happen, and that character might be useful for some sort of reason long term. And having more accounts with buddy codes is always better. Always go Omega and never extract. Hell yeah, that's what I believe in. What's up, Roughnecks? Okay, so the Hound skin is for like I said, the $36 one. But the bigger one, I think this is the biggest one. The $51 one has the Saber Republic Fleet skin. For those of you who do not know, in nullsec, excuse me, in nullsec you can put up these bubbles, right? That make it so that nobody inside of the bubble can warp out without interdiction nullification. And the most popular ship to ever do this is the Saber. The Saber is it's such an iconic ship for this role that we don't even refer to interdictors, we refer to sabers, right? Technically there are 4 interceptors or interdictors and they're all pretty good, but the Saber is the interdictor, okay? So if you want to talk about stop citizen, halt, do not resist, like this skin I predict is going to be the big one. The stealth bombers are great, but nothing like a police Saber is the ultimate halt citizen ship, in my opinion. And we can look. It's the $51 pack, so it's going to be a little bit more than the other ones by default. And it is already 1 billion. I agree. The Vargar police skin is great. Don't get me wrong. But still, if you're going to RP, I'm saying somebody who's in a Saber is going to independently want to be in a police skin of the Saber. The Vargar police skin, I think the Vargar police skin is older though, right? Because you can go into New Eden store. And this is the thing, like, if you wait in a year, chances are they will put these police skins in the New Eden store, if only during the sale. I don't actually know if these are still available here. Vargar. I just do that? No, they took off the Vargar police skin, so it was a special during that time. Let's just do this. Wasn't there a Saber given away at FanFest? Let's see. I have so many. Wait, hold on. Oh no, this is right. This is the other character, so I don't have any Saber skins. I don't see the FanFest. It was a Twitch drop skin. I don't see what it would have been. I know that the permaban one has historically been like one of the more popular ones. Alphas can use large scale injectors. Oh, yeah, there's the Thrasher police skin. That's right. Yeah, there's a Thrasher one, but the Thrasher one is not the same as the a Thrasher's not a saber. Okay? Let's just be very clear about that. Yeah, the Vargar police skin's really good too. Okay, so as we said, the $51 pack, in my opinion, is the big one for this event or for this pack. Okay, $52, you get 3 months worth of Plex and at least a bill and a half worth of skins if you wait any amount of time to sell them. Then the $100 pack, we get to add the Falcon skin. Falcons are pretty good for a police skin. It's a recon ship. The Falcon has... yeah, so... yeah, the Falcon is the cloaky one, right? Yes. As opposed to the... I'm having a moment where my brain is falling out of my head. Well, it's a jammer. The Falcon is probably the tankiest Sino ship right now. I mean, outside of like the Hicks or whatever. Like of the recons, I know the Falcon is used for Sinos. Rook is the non-cloaky one. That's right. If you go for $200, so jumping $91, basically $92, you get now the Basilisk skin, which, I mean, I think it looks really good, but an extra $200 is a lot. I will say that right now. Some people are going to want to get it. It is going to be a really valuable skin, more likely than not, because so the Basilisk does have some decent skins. The biggest decent skin that it has is the emergency responder skin, but this skin hasn't been given away in a long freaking time. So you can see, like, it's got buy orders of 1 billion. Nobody's selling it. So this skin is basically out of circulation. The Frontier Safeguarder skin, likewise, it's only 43 million, but this is more of a fire truck than an ambulance. The Kybernaut Clade skin is really good. It makes I think it makes the sides pulse when it goes on. You can buy that currently for $250 Plex. So again, but I mean, you have to be pro Kybernaut at that point. The State Police skin, I do like the black panels. I mean, it looks pretty good. The lights are probably going to look pretty decent on it. There's definitely going to be some people that are willing to buy this, but as you can see, it's currently for sale. There's only one available for 2 billion because, like I said, it's $200 to pick this thing up. So that's a big one. And then, of course, because CCP hates me personally. Oh, shoot, I'm not even there yet. So then for $335, which is 12,000 Plex, that's going to be enough Plex to buy every skin that both of our Skindustrialists ever make, basically. For 1,200 Plex, you also pick up the Panther police skin, which again, so like the thing about this is that like, this is the one that now that we're at like that battleship level, people invest pretty big in their skins for these. And so you could theoretically see, especially those like high class, you know, like snuff, or those people that do like a bunch of drops, blops drops. I could see them pulling out a police skin just for some irony, but they are currently going for 3.4 billion, but there are buy orders for 2 billion ISK. So not suggesting this, because all this does is suggest that there will be higher prices later, right? Like we could look at the Firebird Gorilla skin. Actually, that's probably a bad idea, a bad example. Let's go with 125 billion ISK for the Yule Festival skin. Ugh. Any other? Chainbreaker Kumok, 2.8 billion. So yeah, the chances of this selling for more than 3 billion in the long run, pretty high. But for those who have Panthers and like it, it does look really good. I like the red tint to... Oh, I'll get back to that one in a second. Yeah, I like the red tint on the Mimitar police skin specifically. Sorry, I did show off this skin. This is the most expensive skin set in the game. It was given out in 2019 for 2 weeks and then never again, and it looks fucking gorgeous. So these are some of the most expensive skins in the whole game right now. So not a really solid comparison, but so like I assume that in the next year or two, these are going to be more available. So I'd recommend selling these in like 4 to 6 months if you pick up these skins from this sale. But you could pick up 2 billion ISK right now. Yeah, that's true. He did pay the tax for those. The Mimisa skin for the Foon is great, but they don't have it for the Panther. And then, of course, if you want to have to explain yourself to people afterwards, you can get 20,000 Plex for $520, and that gives you the Paladin Imperial Police skin, which is not cool. I wanted it. Now I don't know if I'm ever going to get it. It makes me sad. But if we go Paladin, we can see, like, okay, a good example of this is Maligan Marshlight is 8 billion. Sell. Sanguinary Savant. Here we go. This is a better example because this is a skin that gets sold during Halloween and not always. So this one has some really cool effects too. This is the one I have that I love. By the way, CCP, please fix your lighting system. I hate the flickering lights right now. But, you know, we're seeing 2 billion buy, 3 billion sell. Now for the actual skin that we're looking at today. It's not even available. Get wrecked. It has a buy order for 2.7 billion. Paladin is a great looking hull. And the other thing is that this skin, does it change the lights? Yeah. So it changes the lights blue. Does it change the core? It doesn't look like it. Yeah. Sanguinary Savant changes the color of the core. I don't know, man. The Imperial Police Paladin skins looks really good. But $500 is a lot of bucks. Now, obviously, you do end up with quite a bit of Plex, way more than $500 worth of Plex. So for some reason, you have $500 and want that much Plex. Now's a good time to buy to buy your Plex. But otherwise, I can't recommend it. DirectX 12 is a bit unstable. I know, it makes me sad. Okay. So, let us move on. Remember, there is a giveaway going on right now. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. This is your New Eden news for May 20th, YC127. The Drifter crisis is over. Drifter activity dies down. Cheers rang out across New Eden as news spread of the Drifter crisis coming to an end. On YC127 515, preliminary reports indicated an almost complete cessation of Drifter activity in the occupied wormholes. Research provided by the Society of Conscious Thought yesterday shows a sudden severance of the connections between the Warden, the structure in Zarzak that the Deathless remain sole access to, and the Drifter nexuses. Consequently, Drifters have drawn back their forces. While they remain a threat to New Eden, it is widely believed that their resources have been greatly depleted by the crisis. In Maysphere, the Society CEO passionately added the following when provided the research data. Quote, "As we celebrate the end of a calamity that the Deathless Circle themselves caused, can we afford to sit back and let them continue to have unfettered access to what we now know as dangerous technology? Had the SOCT been in control of the Warden, we would have prevented the Drifter connection from having been established at all. Failing that, I assure you, we would have resolved the issue in days, not weeks, and without requiring assistance from the major factions or Capsuleers. If we are to ensure that another crisis does not occur, the Deathless technology tyranny over Zarzak must come to an end." Tension rise over first policy of the Drifter Summit proposal. When Drifter activity ceased, the 5 factions occupying the Drifter wormholes, each of which successfully maintained control, took the opportunity to transport large Drifter structures from the hives to their occupation sites. Extensive research on those structures are presumed to be underway. The Society, having just revealed its own findings regarding the severance of the Warden connections, sent along with the data a reminder of the adopted EdenCom proposal for sharing of research. The reminder was reportedly met with bristling remarks from faction leadership. The convocation of Triglav has allegedly approached Caldari and Amar representatives directly, rejecting the thought of sharing information with the unproven. The Caldari Chief Executive Panel did not comment when queried, but informed us that they are actively seeking legal counsel. The Amar Herald waxed poetic, ending her lengthy sermon-esque response with a line about keeping research and knowledge confined to those deserving. Mimitar and EdenCom authorities expressed disappointment with the other occupying forces' sudden reticence and willingness to ignore the will of New Eden. After the summit proposal was swiftly shut down amidst fears of rival factions might gain strategically valuable information, public confidence in the remaining 2 proposals surviving New Eden's harsh political landscapes have faltered. The NEN will continue to closely follow any developments regarding the summit's policies. Galente political turmoil continues. As the most populous faction not occupying a Drifter wormhole and therefore excluded from the Drifter Summit, the Galente Federation citizenry reacted strongly to images of Drifter structures positioned near Caldari military installations, sparking renewed protests aimed at President Celis Agard over the potential technological advances this may provide. Protesters are also expressing growing frustration over the continued absence of election news, particularly now that the Drifter crisis and the official reason for the postponement appears to have ended. News in brief. The deep flow has become less volatile, according to reliable scientific sources. Drifter wormhole filaments are no longer function due to Warden Nexus's connections being severed. Amar and Mimitar forces exchange blows and systems, Solsala going to the Empire and Vard to the Republic. Capsuleer-run Eve University, through Project Firebird, begin their overhaul of their long-standing Capsuleer databank. Large groups of dreadnoughts and capital ships have been spotted moving from Fountain to an undisclosed location. And that is it for your New Eden news. May 20th, YC127. Now for some analysis. Obviously, this is the end of the Drifter Crisis events. We will be talking about our review of it all here in a minute. But I do want to stress, so there's a big piece to this where, our news from this comes from the SOCT. And we know that the SOCT have a strong reason to be against the Deathless and the Deathless Circle. You know, the Deathless himself was originally a member of the SOCT, but has later abandoned them for seeing that they are just another part of the Empire's control over things. And so, you know, it is very suspicious that, you know, the SOCT are so focused on bad-mouthing the Deathless as opposed to actually dealing with any kind of crisis. This notion that, like, had we been in charge, it would have been fine seems very suspicious, especially given the fact that it's like, well, the Deathless, the Warden connections with the Drifters happened because the Deathless put up tons and tons of assets in the form of wormhole relay centers to basically investigate how the Drifters were moving forward. So it wasn't like it was just free connections between the Nexus and then the Nexus and the Warden, right? Just having the Warden wouldn't be sufficient. The Deathless put out a ton of their observation centers in order to monitor and track the Drifters' connections. So just like, oh yeah, if we had the Warden, we would have solved it in days. Like, they don't even understand what was done inside of the Deathless, inside the Warden to make this all possible. And then also this idea that, like, without requiring assistance from the major factions or capsuleers, that's the only reason why we know anything about the Drifter tech that's coming out, or, you know, the pickup sticks becoming a Stargate and the wormhole and all this stuff. So, like, the idea that the SOCT should have monopoly on Jovian technology, including the Warden, the Drifters, etc., like, I would like to cast even greater suspicion to that than anything else. Rejecting the thought of sharing information with the unproven dev spy on the Trig Discord. Yeah, oh yeah, well, and then so this first policy, whether or not it should be shared, this is a big thing because, like, this was a huge deal within the actual Drifter Summit itself, because we've talked about this before. They did the voting through 2 phases. The first phase, each of the different factions were able to propose their own, like, options, and then the whole population voted on which of the factions' proposals that we wanted, right? So the Mimitar and Edencom were the only ones that presented this option of sharing the technology with everyone, even the people that didn't participate, while the other factions all presented the idea that they wanted to keep it only within those who participated in the actual wormhole gathering. So the 5 groups, right? And then, of course, they opened up the vote to everyone, and lo and behold, everyone decided that they should share it with everyone. And, you know, I've made a video where we criticize that, but here we see that, like, even CCP at the time said that this is just like a lore event and may not necessarily be binding. And we can already see, like, the fraying of this agreement as each of the groups are standing behind what they chose as opposed to what the collective chose, right? So the convocation of Triglav, the Kaldari, and the Amar all seem to be trying to hold out. Ash, by the way, you learned me an anomic mission 3 years ago. I just want to say yes, or thanks. I did not do that. I have never taught anyone anomic missions. I assume that you mean hateless. And I am not going to take any credit for his work. Yes, all 5 factions solidly won their system. Yes, because giving a frog a nuke is a great idea. I mean, it might be. Okay. So, yes, rip hateless. All right. You should definitely go check out. What did the factions actually win? We don't know yet. So, as we can see in these images here, like, these are all images from the actual event. Hold on. Can I open this in a new tab and then zoom in? Yes. So this is by far the most interesting piece of the Drifter crisis, where the pickup sticks, as we saw them, became a giant tube with this wormhole at the top, and now all 5 of the factions have moved their Drifter spire to their main headquarters. So each of them during the crisis put up their own headquarters of operations within their drifter hole, and now the pickup sticks, or the tower that's from the pickup sticks, has been moved to the various their headquarters. However, as we can see here, the wormhole itself is gone. So this is less, it looks like it's off. The hive, Malin, if you're talking about the big spiky thing, you're talking about the thing in the background here, that is the hive itself. And yes, as far as I understand, the hives have not been moved. I like the drifters, so I choose to believe that their work continues. Losing control of the systems didn't accomplish anything. I do not suspect this is the end of the drifters. This is a significant setback for the drifters, but we'll see what they do next. But they are not dead. So the other big thing is that the Galente presidential election was postponed because of this stuff. And it's very interesting that, like, there's been pretty big criticism since the beginning that like, especially after the wormhole occupation started, since the Galente didn't lose. So are the black holes going to come into real? I don't know. We are in uncharted territory where they might, I mean, like, they look likely looking to turn them on themselves, which of course will give those 5 empires potentially access to Jovian space, because the wormhole appears to be going to Jovian space as per Aeronautical Research Consortium's study of the wormhole. Hold on a second. There was, oh no, never mind. I should have pulled it up already. There are some amazing pictures that have come out of this event. Just absolutely gorgeous pictures. But either way, the point is that so this, I personally believe that this right here is the next step, right? You know, since even before Uprising, we kind of see this gradual move towards destabilizing events to the political situation in New Eden. And I feel like this is going to be the next step in all of this, because there's a lot on the line with this presidential election. Obviously, so the presidential election happens every, I think it's 6 years. Last time President Selassie-Agard won. The previous time Selassie-Agard ran and lost. And one of the reasons why she lost was that the Galente didn't own Intaki at the time, so they couldn't vote. Obviously, Selassie-Agard has captured Intaki permanently. So, you know, that won't necessarily be a factor. However, there has been an increasing unhappiness within the Galente Federation, both because of Selassie-Agard's imperialistic kind of attitude when it comes to doing things like taking Intaki by force, but also the Galente have kind of failed to do anything productive in the last several years, which, you know, normally you could argue that this is a faction warfare thing, but like this last Drifter crisis wasn't a faction warfare thing. This was just whatever team you wanted to back up. And so even if you argued that, like, oh, well, faction warfare is the way it is because JITA is the way it is and blah, 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 blah. All that said, the Federation was in 8th place during the Drifter crisis. That's for everybody, right? Anybody could have joined the Galente and participated in HiSec to get points. People didn't. So like you could argue that the Federation is at an all-time low when it comes to, at the very least, Capsuleer support. So President Agard is in a very weak position, and it also means that her primary opponent, Belleron, is potentially in a position to capitalize on that. And that makes me very concerned, because Belleron's been around for 15 years or so, ever since the two executions, the one where the Galente like yelled at a dude in order to get him to burst into flames. Fun story. I've talked about it before, but like ever since then, Belleron tried to pass a capital punishment bill, which was stopped then, and then, you know, during the last election, that capital punishment bill was a big deal again. Rodin refused to sign it, and then Celis Agard won, and then Celis Agard kicked it down the road until she was able to work with the Intaki in order to secure the funding that she needed for her projects, and then she vetoed the bill. Now, Belleron is from Intaki, but he's not the only Intaki representative. But, like, so he's been trying to use these kind of political situations in order to forward his own agenda, for reasons largely unknown. Like, it might be, you might consider it good that he's trying to stop capital punishment in New Eden, but there have been accusations from the very beginning that he's basically using other people's pain and misery as a way of advancing his own agenda. So if he's going to be one of the primary threats to Celis Agard's presidency, this could make this this election pretty impactful to the Federation long term. But the point is that in this universe where we have the events of Uprising, including the taking of Intaki, and the expansion of Caldari control into Nullsec, and all of that, kind of the destabilization of that, plus, of course, Egmar Vard, Turner, and Othanoon, and all of the like conflicts in there, where basically all four empires said, screw Concord, we're doing our own thing now. What I hear is he's accused of being a politician. Fair. So, and then of course we have Havoc, where the pirates, including the Deathless, is basically pouring gasoline onto the fire, causing further destabilization of the Empires. Concord is at its weakest position in all for like since its inception. And then in that world comes the Drifter Crisis, which puts everyone's navy on edge, pushes everyone's military capabilities to the extreme, all while these empires are still jockeying for control against each other, and war looms ever closer, if not outright existing at the moment. So I think that this presidential election is going to be kind of the next touch point in this ongoing cluster-wide struggle for supremacy, right? The Galente just recently realigned their position, so that way they're a little bit more pro-Amar and a little bit less pro-Mimitar. There's a lot going on right now with the Galente having their elections and everyone else now having their own Drifter Hive. This is what I see. We're going to be watching this for the next several months, is what I'm saying. And remember that in the long run, by this fall, if not next year, did Concord even do something against the Drifter stuff? Yeah, Concord is Edencom. Edencom is Concord. Any rate, so isn't Losec the next line for a set of expansions? Actually, they said they're moving away from Nullsec and potentially more towards wormhole space. So, and other areas of space. So, Losec was actually, I would say, the two expansion, like 2 years before Nullsec. So, like Uprising and Havoc and all them, Uprising, Viridian, Havoc were all Losec. And then the next 2 or 3 expansions were all Nullsec. And now they said wormholes. But remember that a lot of this is going towards this fall, and then later on next year, when we have Vanguard going into full, doing a playtest later this year, and then full open beta next year, with the introduction of the Bastions, which are going to be like headquarters first ran by NPCs, but then eventually players will be able to have their own Bastions. So they're going to have to explain the establishment of these different Bastions. And I think that all of this kind of plays into each other. That the collapsing or the increasingly desperate situation of the different empires, especially with these new connections and drifter tech and potentially even connections to Jove space, opens up kind of these avenues for Sisters of Eve, SOCT, Deathless Circle to gain footholds within territory that would later become bastions, right? So that's something that we're going to be paying attention to. Edencom is the focus, Concord Force on the Triglavians. It's Triglavians and Drifters, and honestly, it always has been. Case Red Gamma has always been Drifters and Triglavians. It's just Edencom became Edencom instead of just Aegis, which is the core. Aegis is the actual department of Concord. Edencom, the new Edencom and Defense Initiative, was originally created for the Triglavian invasions, but that core group, the Aegis, are actually just like Concord. And this is what's interesting. This is why it plays into Vanguard. Aegis is Concord's foot soldiers. That is Concord's immortal ground troop project originally, which is actually really funny because, like, if you remember when Vanguard was first coming out, the goal was that the enemy of Vanguard was Edencom, but then the empires, like the pro player or the pro faction warfare players, didn't want to help Edencom, and so at the last second, CCP switched it to being Upwell. But Upwell and Edencom are very tightly related, right? Upwell actually created Edencom ships, for example. So it may be a difference without a distinction. The Neo-Jinmei are ready for the fracturing of the Federation and bring back a caste system with capsuleers on top. Yes. All right. So anything else for this, though? Deep flow rifts are still unavailable, but they've made it so that they only spawn rogue drones again, and I don't know what loot is available in them anymore. This is obviously the event ending. There's been some hullabaloo within the faction warfare territories in the fact that, like, they've taken each other's systems, and of course, like, I didn't want that system anyways. It's been clicked around and stuff. So this is just faction warfare silliness. The Eve University has had a complete redo of their website. For those of you who do not know, Eve University is probably one of the best sources of information in New Eden, just for raw information. But they did just recently do their redo their website, which has been somewhat controversial. So please let me know in the comments down below, because I've seen a lot of controversy about it, but often my viewers have a more sober opinion about such things than Reddit does. So I'm curious to know, are you guys okay with the Eve Uni update? Does it look better? Does it look worse? Change is always scary. Just fix the mobile version. Is the mobile version shit? Don't like the new version? Post it down below in the comments, so that way we know. A lot have been repaired, but the home screen cuts half the screen off. Well, hopefully they can work on that, the mobile version of it. And then large groups of dreadnoughts and capital ships have been spotted moving from Fountain to an undisclosed location. Isn't that... Didn't Goonswarm say that they're going to be, like, mobilizing against Winterco? I think that's a reference to that. If there's an in-game way to access it, yeah, I think, you know, somebody should suggest to CCP that they should put in some sort of, like, in-game browser. No, all jokes aside, I would much rather, like, oh, is it in it? In it? Okay, great. I would love it if almost everything that is in the Eve Wiki, Eve Uni Wiki, should be in... I think that the agency should be rebranded as Aura, and there should be a new tab next to the help section that says Encyclopedia, and it has all of the show info for everything in the game, and then possibly pretty much any sort of the data and all that stuff for Eve Uni be accessible in here. So that way we you know, you can learn about the game and Aura teaches you. Should separate. The aura and agency. I think that I like the idea that, you know, aura becomes your go-to place to learn about what's going on in the game. Galente might have a weak player support because its public image isn't dystopian and angry enough. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, if you don't support the Galente right now, let me know why. I think that they keep making new windows, and that makes me sad. Yeah, Eve University is a great place to get information. I just want to... Look, I've been saying for a little while now that I think that they should actually add an AI-powered companion for Aura. I know there are some people that are like, about AI and stuff like that right now, but like, Aura is AI, and it would just be really cool for Aura to maybe tell you some information about the missions that you're going on, or, you know, reading information from Eve mails that you've received from NPCs, or warning you when suddenly you're not, like, hey, it looks like you're not hitting things, you know, like maybe she could indicate to you information about the status of your ship, or just ha, you clumsy pilot. That's true. And you can always just shut it off if you want. You can turn it off if you want. CSP clearly has a Galente bias, giving them the best ships. What are you even talking about? The Control Blue. What ship? What ship? I can give you some examples. How about Phoenix Navy issue? Don't even. What are you talking about? They nerfed the VNI. What are you talking about? Oh, the ENI is strong. Okay, whatever. The Vellator, you're right. Clear Galente bias. They have the best Corvette. Not currently supporting Galente because my corp leader went with the shiny new leader in the year and wanted to move us to Zarzak. Hey. I don't know about all that. The Invited just recently did an operation in Galmill, so I don't know what you're talking about. Don't at me. Okay. So, sorry. All that said, this has been your New Eden News for May 20th, YC127. We will keep an eye on all of this, and make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and get on the Discord so that way you can be notified of all of the news as it happens. I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Woo. All right. Now, don't leave. Galente ships are the easiest ships to fit in the game. Okay. I mean, Caldari ships are really good. Oh man, yes. No. The Fortnite Darth Vader AI is phenomenal, and that's what I'm saying. We need more we need a disaster like that in Eve, you know? We just need it. It'd be great. Caldari ships sometimes need CPU enhancements. Well, I mean, Galente ships still need fitting stuff sometimes. All right. Now then, with the Drifter Crisis over, I do want to talk about the previous event. So we're going to talk about all of the Drifter Crisis event a little bit, but so in a way, the Drifter Crisis has been going on for about the last year, if you really count it. Actually, basically a year. It theoretically started with the previous Capsuleer Day event, where we were able to go into Abyssal Battlefields and fight the Drifters and the Trig there. That was our first clue that there was something going on. Obviously, later on during the year, we had the Siege of Zarzak. And from there, during the Siege of Zarzak, I remember... Well, actually, before the Siege of Zarzak... Hold on a second before we go into that. Hold on. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. This is your last chance to join in. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We'll do a giveaway, and then we'll talk a little bit about the event. Easiest ships to fit goes Galente, Amar. Amar just don't have enough slots. Catalyst is the best ship in EVE Online. I mean, have I tried it Frontier? Yeah, I was actually playing it this weekend. We covered Frontier on Friday. Yes, DOE. We are going to talk about those. I mean, my Vexor fit here has a ancillary current router, so where can I find info on the smart assemblies? I'm telling you, all of the information. I would just go to the Discord, because that's where they can present stuff that's under NDA. So if you go to the Frontier Discord and get yourself like tagged up correctly, then you can go into the NDA area, and that's where a ton of information is. Coursers are great. All right. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We are going to close it in 36 seconds from now, which there's stream delay. So Thorax really struggles with fitting too. That's why it's getting a fitting buff. Correct. It also, I mean, like the Thorax was what, like the slowest one? The Executor Navy issue is a great ship, which is why they keep nerfing it, because god damn it, heaven forbid Galente have anything good. Osprey Navy issue is really good. Augurer Navy issue's amazing. All right. Closing it now. We are going to pull in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Always lemons. Actually, I have a few 17 skins that I'd like to give away. You can give them to me, and if I don't want them, I'll do a giveaway. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If you want to do a giveaway, I'd be willing to enable it. Faction warfare bots are why VNI gets their nerf batted? No. Frat wasn't even a faction warfare consideration back when the VNI got nerfed. All right, always lemons. I need your in-game name and whether or not, which of my skins that you want. So we've got, hold on, let me go pull them back up. Where are they? Skinner. You'll take the Vexor? All right, well, easy peasy. Collection. Very cool. Again, if you still want one of these, they should be up for sale. If you want one and they're not up for sale, Thranz has said that he's willing to rush them, but I think they take an extra 50 Plex to do that. That should be right. How do I see my skin? Oh, listed by me. Target. Yeah. Okay, great. I think that's working right. Yeah, this one, like, really did come out really well. We dinged around with it for a while, but I think this one that he came up with was really, really good. Okay. So, as far as the Drifter Crisis goes, here's my review of the Drifter Crisis, at least the last phase of it, okay? I've got the good, I've got the bad, and I've got the ugly. I'm going to bounce between them a little bit just to mix it up a bit. But for number one, oh, shoot, I just realized, yeah, okay. For number one, the good, the visuals, man. The visuals. This event was filled with so much beautiful stuff that was largely, I mean, like, a lot of it was stuff like the drifter ships have always looked good and they've been around. The drifter hives, it was a good opportunity for them to highlight some cool looking stuff that players have seen since 2016, but most players haven't seen, like the Nexus rooms, like the hives, etc. But it is worth noting that, like, they put in a lot of extra effort. They made the Dread, they made the Frigate, which those could be understandable, but they even made like a Tech 2 drifter battleship, which I find very odd. And this whole thing, yeah, if you have a Basilisk police skin, Punchinello wants one. This whole like pickup sticks with the wormhole and stuff, like, gorgeous. Everything about this game, or this crisis, from the very beginning, even the deep flow riffs, even the all the different home fronts that they created with the different sites, with the attack, the dread attacks when they went after the warden connections, like every step of the way, this event has been so good that it almost makes me wonder why they dedicated so much resources to something that was only going to exist for a short period of time, right? I mean, who knows? There might be more of a follow-up, but like, whew, for events that only lasted like a month here and there a ton of assets went into this, and it was all gorgeous. However, oh, sorry. And also, on the good side, I would say that the rewards were really, really good. Now, a lot of people complained about the fact that the Praxis wasn't available as a login reward. But I think that, I mean, as we found out, there were very much easier, or at least basically there were accessible methods to earn the reward if you wanted it, right? In previous years, you would have to do just logging in to get the Praxis and the other SOCT ships. However, you had to be Omega. This year, they made it so that everyone could earn the SOCT ships, Alphas and Omegas, but you had to do the reward track. Now, historically, in the past, asking Alphas to do the reward track in almost any event has been a struggle, right? Combat sites require a lot of competition, and so people who are alphas have a tendency to just get overrun. They have a difficult time finding sites, and even when they find sites, those sites get taken from them. The exploration sites can be hard to find. There is no mining option here, and of course, the fleet activities also have like pretty high demands. So just as a normal alpha pilot trying to get their points for an average event, it can be pretty hard to do. So this event, having the tourism fleets, which we did a stream about, made it so that with enough effort, anyone could get their points, right? There was also the mining event, mining, construction, and selling, which allowed you to just throw money at the problem. We actually did a great fundraiser that raised about 3 billion ISK. So thank you to everybody who participated in that, selling off the BPCs in order to help people finish the track early. But with that 100 Plex on the field, along with the Praxis, it made it so there was this like economic reason to get that progress regardless of how much, not regardless of how much it costs, but like it made it economically efficient to spend money to gain points, because 100 Plex is 600 million ISK. So as long as your method didn't take 600 million ISK, you actually made money in the process of doing this. This is really critical because, like, in the original like event like a year ago, right, we had a problem where, you know, the top tier sites didn't reward something special enough, so that value of getting those higher end filaments, all of the people that were doing stuff that basically constructs the stuff that allows the higher end people to run their stuff, like, they didn't make their money because the higher end people, it wasn't that popular to do the higher end stuff because people weren't going after the bow tie. Whereas in this one, you know, it could have very easily have become where those filaments became useless, that the blueprints became useless because not that many people were running the Nexus sites compared to every other type of site. And so the idea of having to filament in and the doodads that were required in the fights themselves, those could have very easily have been worthless. And in a lot of ways, they kind of were. However, with those two things, with the tourism fleets and the mining path, it made it so that there was a lot of value to those BPCs, even outside of the fights themselves. So I think that that was a really good way of, at the same time, being like, no, you have to engage with the game. It's not just about logging in right now. They upped the ante. It's not just a Praxis. It's also 100 Plex, right? Can't ignore that. But they also made it so that you had no excuse. If you had the time and you cared enough, you could make the points. We did tourism fleets pretty much nonstop, thanks to Kai. And a lot of people got their points. A lot of people made progress. A lot of people got it on multiple characters. It'd be interesting to see who got, like, how many Praxises were spawned thanks to this event as opposed to previous login rewards. I wonder personally, because the overall Zeitgeist assumes that because they weren't part of the login event, there were less Praxises giving out. But I suspect that the difference is not going to be as big as people think there is, because a bunch of people were using their alpha accounts to get the Praxis who would not have been able to get the Praxis in previous year's rules. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about the Faction Warfare LP. I do like Faction Warfare is great. I think that Faction Warfare is one of the best pieces of EVE, and I don't think that Insurgencies nearly gets like to the same level as Faction Warfare, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Oh yeah, Jeff, absolutely. CCP can generate that number, right? They can know how many Praxises got made, but we don't know that information yet. So, but that being said, when it comes to the imagine if miraculously all Faction Warfares came in and flooded nullsec content, you wouldn't hear the end of it. There was a meme about that on Reddit today. Is that what we're referencing? They had to have more Praxis this year. You could do 3 per account versus 1 per account. You think that, Punch, but I wonder how many people would have done the login reward, but then didn't bother to do the event track. I actually imagine that that's going to be a big part. We live in our own echo chamber, Punch, of people who are willing to do the track and had the capabilities of doing it easily. Null blocks likely, I did get them, Lars. Null blocks likely were less inclined to do the event, and therefore the null blocks would have logged in and gotten the Praxis, but then didn't bother to do the track. So like I said, I don't actually know where the numbers actually fall. Hold on a second. Somebody sent me a chat and then I think logged out. Okay, so you're talking about these skins. We can do a giveaway for these. Let's do a quick giveaway for these. I plunder the abyss. Or wherever, whatever. You're plundering this guy's skin collection. Who is this? Larzexa? Larsexa? I don't... Lars. Thanks, Lars. Capsuleer Day 17 for the Vexer. We've got 2 of them to give away. While we talk about my favorite and least favorite stuff about the event. Yeah, when I lived in Null, I never engaged in any events, just took login rewards. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that there's going to be a lot of people that just completely dismissed the event, didn't think about a way to finish the track. The sites weren't spawning in nullsec for a long period of time there. So there's a lot of high-sec people that probably engaged with the event and alphas that engaged with the event that wouldn't have before. But yeah, don't win your own prize, I suppose. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of people that wouldn't engage with it, that would have gotten the login reward. So it'd be interesting. Vexer skins can be applied, including the Navy. No, each skin is only, so this will only be for the base Vexer. All right, but on the subject of bad and on the subject of, sorry, the rewards, what I will say is my biggest bad thing about this, about the event, is the low sec sites. The low sec sites. We threw together stuff to do the harder low sec sites, and let me tell you, so we had like 5 or so Drex doing it. I don't know how much harder that they were than the other site. I do know that they had 2 turrets in the final room instead of 1, so likely much more dangerous than before. Low sec is naturally more dangerous. When I go to a low sec, can we donate the proceeds of the skin to the Barbaragas Fund? The skin's free. So normally when an event has a low sec site, I expect that site to be somewhere between 200 to 300 million ISK a site. And I'm not even fucking joking. In fact, it used to be pretty consistently 250 to 300 million ISK per site. In the last couple of events, it's been like 150 to 200 million ISK per site. But you got to think about it. People are flying around in battle cruisers, in low sec, as a fleet. It's spooky. Your risk of loss is high. The reward must also be high. We went into the low sec site and we ran several of them, and all of them gave us 30 million ISK worth of loot a piece. What? I'm telling you, 2 years ago, like, I'm not one to complain about how rewarding the different sites are, okay? But let me tell you this. 2 years ago, a winter Nexus site could have been worth, on average, 20 to 30 million ISK in high sec. So the low sec sites were worth less than what I used to estimate high sec sites at. Now, the high sec sites were like somewhere between 5 to 20, depending, and then there are obviously jackpots that went higher than that. We got 0 jackpots in like the 5 different sites in low sec that we ran. Every single one of them were worth 30 million ISK a piece. Look, I don't know who's managing event sites right now, but if there's one takeaway that you can get from this stream, if you work for CCP on the events team, is 30 million ISK is an insult to low sec event sites. Okay, like that is almost besieged covert research. That is besieged covert research facilities levels of reward, and those things are historically very unrewarding. So like, yeah, my whole, like, how many sites do you have to run to even just pay for your hull? And like, our Drex are several hundred million ISK each. A lot of people run like these sites. They're not for cheap stuff. They're going to be in hacks. They're going to be in battle cruisers. having sites that are worth 50 million ISK made it so that I literally couldn't keep my fleet out there. I could not explain. How long did it take to run the sites? About the same as a high-sec site. But also you had to find them. You had to move around to find them. You had to hunt for them. All that sort of stuff. And like, unfortunately for him, he was also crying that he shouldn't have have taken something he couldn't afford to lose, only to lose it straight away. Yeah, hey man, hold on. The very first thing I heard about was the event was some guy complaining that he went headfirst into low sec on the first day and he lost a Gila getting ganked by a Lachesis. He couldn't afford to lose it, but he lost it straight away. Yeah, it was so, like, it was insulting. You should have heard me on comms when I opened up the loot and read it out loud how much it was. Like I said, we shut the fleet down early because it was like, well, fuck this. This is dumb. This is the worst low sec event site I have ever seen, ever, by a factor of like 10. At least a factor of 4 or 5. Like, it was so ridiculously not cool. I payouts. Why do I have payouts under bad? Why do I have payouts under bad? Was payouts bad? Actually, I'm pissed. Just spin an Ishtar? Yeah, exactly. You could have just been ratting in an Ishtar and gotten the same amount of reward for like nothing. All right, back to good things. The good thing I like is you've never seen me this heated. Whew. Well, I just did a video about like the 5 things I can't forgive CCP for. Just curious if normal home fronts would pay out more. What's funny about that is that they just lowered the value of the home fronts that are in the drifter system. Because the one drifter system, not Tanundin, is it Tepitzer? The one system that got really screwed over by the drifters, in my opinion, from my understanding, is still running their were they spawning null only for the second half? I can't remember why I marked down payouts, except for the fact that like the fact that it split made it so that some people didn't want the rewards. I don't remember why I wrote down payouts outside of the actual low sec site. I think I was just so mad about the low sec sites that I wrote it down multiple times. But the current like events homefront sites that are spawning in that drifter system, it's in low sec, and then they said that they lowered the reward of it. So I actually don't know what the difference between doing the drifter crisis sites in that one system versus a high sec homefront is, but something tells me it's not going to be worth it. Yeah, 10 to 30 million per high sec. Exactly. It's bonkers. All sites outside of the ones in the drifter holes were supposed to be bad. I mean, yes and no. I know some explorers that got some really good stuff from their hacking. I think the problem with events right now is the loot. They gave us something unique, like blueprints or something. That's what it is. That's what it was. You know what the biggest problem was? A lack of reliance on commodities. Now, they did have some commodities to turn in, but like, was it the low sec site? I think it was the low sec site. There are some of the stuff had like no commodities in it. So there was no like baseline amount of value that you would get from the site. It was just blueprints and other doodads that like have fluctuating value. That's what it was. Okay, so which reminds me of the other thing that I don't like about this event, which arguably this is just a problem with events full stop. They also relied on the event track rewards to push you to run the sites. Yeah, but that isn't, in my opinion, that isn't going to work. Even the cap reward day stuff that would drop weren't much. So jumping back a little bit to be positive before we jump back into negativity. The one thing I really did like about the event was how the story played out, right? Especially towards the end, because like actually one of my bad things here is that there's no payoff, right? We had in previous events or in previous stages, we had, you know, this map, we've had these images, we've had, you know, earlier we had this map of Zarzak, which, or the, you know, this at least hinted at the fact that the warden was going to happen, and it kind of, you could argue there was some information about when the attack was going to happen, and the fact that it was associated with Zarzak. Like, we could pull something out of this map as it was being made, but like these pictures from the drifter attacks, nothing. The entire event happened. We theorized about it. We did fucking analysis on these goddamn lines down here. We did analysis on the circles. We did analysis on the triangles. We did analysis on these images. We did analysis on these things. None of it fucking mattered at all. None of it told us anything. There was no big attack. This map of these different locations, none of it meant anything. None of it meant anything. Why? Why did any of us spend all of our time chasing around these things, theorizing about it, layering them together, bringing our whole collections into Zarzak to the warden, which is a dangerous place to turn them in for the completed images? Why do any of it? Why did we do any of this? Why show these different places under attack by the drifters? Why show a gate that doesn't mean anything? Why do any of this? What does any of it mean? There was zero payoff for anything, period. Uh-oh, I just ended up back on my negative side again. But that said, on the positive side, though, we have this. What's funny is that the things that they drew our attention to ended up being worth nothing. But as they're saying, like, the crisis is over, the crisis is whatever, the crisis is reaching its climax. This is it, guys. As that was happening, the people who are observant can notice that something else is going on, right? And I actually really like this, right? The fact that nobody talked about come on. Like, none of the lore, none of the what was going on talked about this thing being made. So they're like, you know, if it wasn't for the pickup sticks, if it wasn't for this, then this entire event would have been a disaster as far as I'm concerned. Because it's like, oh my God, the drifters are going to do something. The drifters are going to do something. The drifters are going to do something. Never mind, drifters didn't do anything. Ha! Joke's on you. But the fact that it's like, the buildup was a lie, but also the climax was a lie, I think is kind of important. And this might be cope, but the idea that it's like, okay, well, it's over when this is showing up really does point to the fact that it's like, is it really over? And so I like that. But again, it almost leaves a sour taste in my mouth because none of this mattered. None of it mattered. It feels vaguely insulting. Like, you know, there have been times where the lore community has gone insane, where like CCP will post a picture of a hive in K-Space, and we will spend the next 24 hours looking at the stars to figure out exactly which constellation and exactly which system that picture is taken from in order to indicate whether or not that hive is really there in the game. And lo and behold, it wasn't there, and it was all a nothing burger. That was fine. That was us getting ourselves spun up over nothing. This was CCP being like, hey guys, holy shit, and then nothing happening. So Well, yeah, like giving us the blueprints, and there's no way to get those combat probes now. I think that that's vaguely okay, because I mean they've done that with the tracker unit and stuff like that. They could theoretically come up with it again. It makes those rewards kind of valuable, but these hints towards something happening and then no payoff for it, no hint, no, like, or more importantly, like, here's the thing, and I'll just be straight up about it. What the lore should do is that if we decipher it correctly, we should be able to predict what is coming up next. Actually, hold on. Let me give an example. Let me give an example of when it was done right. Let me give you an example of when it was done right. Because, so this is a player-made video analyzing things that happened in-game.
Unseen.
You guys need audio too, I imagine.
Trinary decryption analysts have uncovered startling new footage of previously unseen space that appears to contain
Sargon.
facilities used by the unknown.
I disagree with you so much, Sargon, that I would say that that argument is a cop-out. Incorrect. CCP could absolutely put in lore that works, that does successfully engage people without making them feel sold down the river. And the idea that, like, oh, well, they can't replicate the quality of the lore that players can make, does not mean that they shouldn't, and does not mean, like, yes, they absolutely can. They absolutely can and should.
Known forces fighting the drifters. This discovery comes on the heels of months of fighting against damaged drifter contingents, seemingly on the retreat from engagements with a highly advanced adversary. These drifter forces appear to be in disarray, despite...
So, just to make sure that we understand, what happened here was that drifter death balls were appearing throughout known space. This is before the Triglavians were ever revealed to us. Ever. Okay? We had never heard the word Triglavian at this point. Suddenly, drifter death balls, so giant piles of drifters, were showing up in known space damaged. And when they killed them, they got trinary data records. And when they decrypted them, they would get a chunk of a video. And then when pieced together, these are those videos, okay? So this video here, we had never seen a Leshak before. This was the very first time we've ever seen a Leshak. We did not know what this was.
Contingents, seemingly on the retreat from engagements with a highly advanced adversary. These drifter forces appear to be in disarray, despite the recent deployment of cruisers that have bolstered the damaged fleets appearing across New Eden. The footage recovered appears to show infrastructure reliant on what may be naked singularities. The use of this advanced technology is unknown, as is the date or age of the footage. Similarly,
and even before this, you know what they did? They just emailed a bunch of us, like the people that were involved in the lore, and it was a single picture. The zoomed in science ball, like the little ball inside of a Triglavian ship. We talked about that for weeks.
The locations in the footage include spatial anomalies, nebula and other elements that do not match known New Eden astronomical features. We go now to Arataka Research Consortium military analyst General Stargazer for more.
The technology on display is unlike anything we've seen before. While spatial manipulation is a backbone for interstellar travel, the use of stable naked singularities for power or space-time manipulation is potentially several orders of magnitude beyond anything we're currently able to produce. The potential implications of a successful recovery of such devices cannot be understated. If it is possible to reverse engineer this...
See, you can see here, this is where they were missing a chunk of the video. So it shows you that they're stitching together video. So remember, like, This video here is made by players as we're sitting here trying to figure out what's going on. And now that we know this is the Abyss, these are the Trig, this is what's going on. There's a whole story behind it. But this is how we started to get the pieces to it. So the best lore, the best use of lore in these kinds of ways is something that gives us a hint as to what's coming, right? It may not be a clear hint. It probably should keep us confused the entire time. But at the very least, we should be able to look back at it and be like, oh, that's what was happening. Holy shit. Like, that was a big thing, right?
Or understand and employ any of the operating principles, we may witness a technological revolution. I'm not sure whether to be...
Yeah, so like this was one of the very first clips that we saw. So it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, it got us so excited. It let us understand that something was going on. It let us theorize about it. This entire video exists because of it. This was well done. And this was just the introduction of the Abyss. This was not the invasions or anything like that. There were more stuff that was done during that time that led to our understandings of stuff as things were unfolding, all the way down to people interpreting the chapter 1 of the Abyss, of the invasions, be like, oh, that says chapter 1. There must be a chapter 2, 3, and 4, right? Or 2 and 3, really. Like, this is good use of the lore. And this is, you want to tell me that CCP can't do this? They already fucking did.
Terrified or thrilled?
ARC requests that any pilot with more information come forward. This is Elinari Roden reporting from Safazon for the Discourse.
So every single person that worked on this video felt that their work was worthwhile. Before, during, and after. I almost guarantee it. Because it was interesting, it was something to figure out, it was something that only the lore people knew, and it led to unlocking more information for more people. People that were deep in there, in the know, paying attention, deciphering the clues, decrypting things, learned stuff that others people didn't. This was a giant fucking waste of time. And that sucks. That sucks. I don't even understand what it means. Hell, there's still the one that I don't, that we found with the Air logo on it, which I don't have that picture ready to go right now if somebody wants to send it to me. But like the screaming faces, the most interesting one out of all of them. Why is the Air logo in there? Can you answer that now? Crisis is over. Why is the Air logo on that picture? Don't know. Don't know. Wasn't even talked about. Wasn't even a thing. Air never even was mentioned. The fact that the Air logo is in that image, not even addressed by the lore. No one's ever talked about it. This has gone, at least up until now, nowhere. And now that we're towards the end of the crisis, I'm willing to call this out and say, this ain't it. This ain't how to do it. This is how you get people very, very frustrated. Because this was a puzzle that led to no answer. If CCP wants to come out here and be like, oh, actually, you guys just didn't get it. You could have, what would you do if you were the lore master? Well, that's a long question. Yeah, wait and you'll see. Exactly. I want this to, could this be a prologue to a bigger story? Possibly. I mean, I think that you could theoretically argue that this was the invasion that we prevented. But, there's no payoff. And why Air? At least give us that. Why the Air logo? So yeah, that's to me probably one of the bigger things. Obviously, the low sec rewards being trash was sucked too, but yeah. But one more positive thing before we go into the ugly. Okay, my other positive thing is the synergy of it all. Okay. So the fact that, you know, the combat sites gave the BPCs, the miners had to manufacture them, the people in the sites needed those pieces in order to do what they wanted, right? The people that were trying to take over the drifter wormholes, it wasn't just about making ISK for them or getting drifter officers mods or anything like that. That just funds things. But ultimately, people had a goal, and there was synergy between the different roles. Like this is where Eve comes in at like its highest point, right? Where it doesn't matter if you're just a miner mining some rocks or a dude finishing a combat site. Everyone is contributing to the overall whole, right? Everybody who built a filament and then sold it on the market. Everybody who built emission slices, sold them. Everybody who ran combat sites. Everybody participated in this overall crisis without necessarily having to be connected to each other, right? We didn't have to be friends. You didn't have to go and socialize. You could if you wanted to. But there was a lot of really good synergy that made it so that all the different pieces fit together nicely. I think that the one weakness here was the emission slices, because they were kind of confusing and very, very limited. It would have been nice if there was a secondary value to those emission slices, kind of like you could sell the Tyranite for drugs. That was pretty cool. But like there were so many different levels of how things worked with like the turning of the Tyranite and the fact that the blueprints were only in the combat and hacking sites and the mining was over here. And like, so we really needed everybody to do everything in order to succeed in the drifter crisis. So I wonder if the rewards were so low because they put a lot of the reward in the event track. I don't care, Jeff, because we're not even talking about whether or not the rewards were low, because the rewards were a little bit on the low side. I'm talking about the difference between a high sec payout and a low sec payout. So this is relative, right? If the low sec payout should be at least 10 times the high sec payout, in my opinion. Even if it's largely on rails, I don't want it to feel like it's on rails, so that makes sense. Sargon, the suggestion is that in order for it to be on rails, it has to actually go somewhere. This was more like we sat in a pool and got stuff thrown at us. There was no rails, there was no movement. If they were listening to you, the Triglav storyline would have happened. Well, arguably it is happening, so that's good. But okay. You ready for the thing I liked the least out of the entire event? The thing that is so bad that I call it the ugly? Ready? Here it is. Let's talk a little bit about the Wrath of Tyrannos crate. The Wrath of Tyrannos crate. So when the event first started, or like, well, actually, the previous to the there were multiple events that happened. First of all, there was the race for the hives, and the race for the hives, the final reward was the Drifter plug suit crate, which might still be here. Yeah, Drifter plug suit crate. This right here is the big fancy thing from the event, right? Like the entire event, So this is the big one. This was the final reward for the race for the hives. Was a guaranteed copy of these two suits. That's awesome. People loved them. It was a good reason to get them. They are still super valuable. It was a great reason to jump into the Drifter Crisis event. Oh, that's what it was. The synergy. Like, I will say that one of the best things I thought about the event was the during the race for the hives, the fact that the points were able to be obtained by everybody, and so people were forming 100-man fleets to run the salvage site. I think that was great. It was this great natural moment of friendly fleeting up with people that have never met each other. It was very chill. You know, there was, sure, people were kind of exploiting the system, but that was enough to get people to just kind of hanging out with each other. Really cool conversations came out of that, et cetera, et cetera. So the race for the hives was actually pretty cool, and these Drifter plug suits were a cool reward for that. Then, during the beginning of the crisis, they presented, you know, they gave us the Plex and the different praxis, with the final reward being the Drifter sweeps. Skin or design element, right? So then halfway through the Capsuleer Day event, they extended the event track. They didn't extend the time of the event, just the event track itself, which, by the way, they actually reset you back down to the maximum amount of points that you could have had without any like if you had earned 2,000 points because you were running a bunch of the salvage sites because you wanted to win for your team. Oh no, that was a different one. Like, let's say if you just ran a bunch of sites during the Drifter, during the actual, like, Capsuleer Day event, you got 2,000 points. They reset you back down to 1,050 or whatever it was when they extended the track. So nobody got it for free. Like, oh yeah, hey, cool. But here's the worst part, okay? The Wrath of Tyrannos event, crate, is kind of the epitome of what I think is what's wrong with this event, okay? This thing, they sold it as it might have, and for the luckiest Capsuleer, a rare Drifter plug suit, okay? This was the end of the track. This was past the 100 Plex. This was past the Praxis. This was past all that stuff, including other patterns and stuff like that. But here was the final reward. And let me tell you this. There is almost everybody who got this crate had to grind for it, right? Like, nobody, very few people probably finished the entire track by accident or because they really wanted to just keep running sites. And I'm not saying this is because the sites were bad or anything like that. It's that these tracks are, by definition, a grind. That's why you put a big reward at the end of one of these tracks, right? Like, the most extreme example of this was actually the first track that they had, which was the Shadow of the Serpent event, where the final reward was the the Serpentis Dreadnought blueprint. And, like, it took a ton of grinding to get it, to the point where every single person that I know who ran that burned out afterwards. So, the problem with this feeds into one of the problems that I have with events as a whole. So the problem is that, okay, so they're going to grind for this plug suit, or they're going to grind for this Tyrannos crate. They're going to get to the end, right? So they did it for the crate. Somebody continued to run sites when they weren't wanting to otherwise, so that they can get this crate for the chance to get a thing. And then they open it, and it doesn't have the plug suit. So that's disappointment number one. But it does have a bunch of other shit, right? Let's actually see. I saved this to this day. So let's go ahead and redeem this to current station. Let's see what I get. Let's see what I get. Tell you what, if I get a plug suit, I'm going to give it away. Yeah, grinding for a loot box. But you would assume psychologically that since I'm grinding for this loot box, it better be good, right? So let's go ahead and open it. What do I get? I get a Guardian Tyrant Breaker skin. Pretty good. A Historic Capsuleer Day clothing crate. Garbage. Hurricane Fleet issue Tyrant Breaker skin. I got lucky just now. Phobos versus Blue Force skin. Palate Shield Booster 3. Agency Pyrolancia Dose 1. So I did get this one, which is pretty good by like, it's pretty good. But, like, let's look at this thing really quick. The Pelate. Wait, did I get the... Yeah, I got a Pelate Shield Booster 3. So I'm going to open up this box, and it's going to tell me that my box is worth, you know, 200 million, 50 million, 100 million, or whatever, right? It's going to tell me that this thing is worth 58 million. So, long event, a month-long event. I grind. Here's the problem. By the time I've gotten to this box, I've already, like, the Plex was so long ago, the Praxis was so long ago. Like, emotionally, I'm past all of those rewards. I'm on the box now. I open up the box, I don't get a plug suit. Disappointment number one. But then, oh, look, these are worth something. Holy shit, I'm going to run it to the store, right? And this actually would have been worth more last week. But then when we go look at the prices of it, actually, this is a little bit closer, but like, so like, if we had looked at this last week, well, maybe it would have been better at Dodixie or at Jita. But if you open this box up last week and you saw this, you would have probably seen it been worth like 100 million ISK each. People were seeing these drugs and they're saying like, hey, yay, at least I got this, right? And then they bring it to Jita or wherever, and then they go to sell it. And that's when they realize that even the lower reward that they ended up getting is actually not worth that much. So there's two disappointments here. There's the opening of the drifter of the box and seeing that it's not the jackpot. But then when you go to actually sell the stuff, because of the way the estimates work, he like you even get like screwed over again. You're like, oh, well, at least it's worth 100 million. And then you go and run it to the store and you go and sell it and it's not worth that much. And of course, you know, this is towards the end of the event. So even the Tyrant Breaker skins are going to be at the lowest price that they could ever be. These people aren't necessarily going to know that these skins are going to go up in price. They're just like, they open it up because they wanted a Drifter plug suit. They see it's not a Drifter plug suit. And they're like, well, let's see what we can get for it. And they get like 1/10 of the value that the estimate says that they should get. Which brings back to the idea that like the estimate system fails the events completely. So many times at the very beginning of an event, people think that the event is worthless or not worth a lot because the stuff that they get hasn't gotten an estimate yet because it's brand new. So they see, oh, there's only 3 million ISK in this site, even though the site might be actually worth 20 million ISK or more. But because things that are brand new are estimated at 0, it lies to them and tells them that the sites aren't worth much. And so then people take that information and they go and post it on Reddit and they post it other places. And now everybody just thinks that the event sites are not worth that much. And then the next week, when all of the estimates update for the first week, now suddenly everything's worth way more than they should be worth, right? Everything's now estimating it being 2 to 3 times more than they should be because it's based on the previous week's average, which now the previous week's average was the first week of the event. That's when it was brand new. So now by the end of the event, all of the estimates are actually too high. So when I go and get something and I'm like, oh, cool, jackpot, I bring it to the store and I go, oh, this isn't worth shit. And what bothers me about this is that this is it. This is the last thing that somebody remembers about this event. By this point, the Praxis doesn't matter. The Plex doesn't matter. The Skinner components don't matter. The only thing that matters is that I pushed and pushed and pushed to get this box. I opened it up and it shit on me twice in a row. It managed to scam me twice. First when I opened it, and the second time when I excitedly ran to the market to sell it. And both times I got told, haha, you trusted CCP to do something good, suck it. And that is why this Tyrant box is my ugly for this event. The good, the bad, the ugly. It was a fairly decent event, I think, overall. There were a few setbacks. I only give this criticism because I hope that it can be better in the future. In the meantime, I am kind of excited that I got this Hurricane Fleet issue. Isn't this one of the rarer ones? Probably not a good idea to look this up in Dodixie. So I'm saying that CCP should sell the boxes for money, right? No, I think that CCP should put the boxes earlier, potentially. Okay. Speaking of skins, let's go ahead and give away this skin Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. If the That's the other thing. If the box had some sort, maybe not even 100 Plex guaranteed, but like something in it. I actually really like the idea of it being there instead of on the track. But this goes back to what I was saying about the sites. Like, we need more commodities. Like, if that, actually, that might have been the great one. If that plug suit had like anywhere from 30 to 300 million-ish worth of commodities, then it would have been a lot better off when it comes to like just feeling like you were rewarded. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. And so that way we can actually do the fleet that we were planning on doing. We're going to close it in in 40 seconds. 40 seconds from now. The Kiki skin from the trader site was good. Would have loved to if there were more of those. Yeah. Well, there was, yeah, and the one in high sec was a Skybreaker, which was kind of meh. Oh no, the Kiki skin was for completing the other thing, right? Nothing says get ducked like winning a skin for a co-op ship. They do have a tendency to put the best skins on co-op ships, huh? Drifter plug suit selling for $2 bill. I'm actually astonished that the plug suit's selling for that much, given the fact that everybody who finished the track was able to get one. I think that it isn't, the problem isn't the fact that not enough people got the plug suit. The problem was how little the rest of it was worth in the event that you didn't get the plug suit, right? If you'd just gotten some sort of commodity or whatever, almost every other loot box that they've ever done has had some kind of commodity in it that's just like sold to NPCs for raw ISK. All right. Closing it now. We are going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. ICA Bronco. X up with your in-game name for one of these, and then we'll do a second one. And then I have a few people that are waiting for us to get going. So thank you for your patience. Friends, if you want to get the fleet started, and if you haven't yet. What about a 0.01% to get a T2 BPO in the box? Man, can you imagine? Hold on. Can you imagine if there was a small chance to get a Triglavian T2 BPO, or like even one of the Eating Com, or you know, whatever BPOs? That would have been hot. All right. We're going to pick one more time. Let me actually make sure that Greens is in here. Not. All right. Greens Gatlin, you can go ahead and exclamation point plunder right now. Anybody who has not gotten in yet, I'm going to pick one more winner, but I want to give Greens Gatlin a chance to join in. Sorry, I meant by Eating Com T2, I meant Upwell T2, the hauler. If you're already in, you're still in. If you're already in, you're still in. This is the same giveaway. This was for Greens Gatlin, if he wants to try it. I think we got him. Did we get him in? Did that work? There it is. Okay. Boom. Everybody else, you had your chance. Picking the second winner in 3, 2, 1. The Random Sack. Congratulations. I know who you are. All right. Cool. Alrighty, I am going to hop into Discord. I think, honestly, I anytime anybody talks about Edencom ships, I want Logi with chain heal. That's what I want. All right, let's and hop into On Air Public if you're interested in joining today's fleet. Hey, Thran's, you there?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. So, is there a fleet up?
Yep. Hang on, throwing invite.
Okay. We are going to be doing a dual standings fleet today. So we're going to be going into Pochvin and seeing how well that works. We'll be using Galente Vexer or drone boats. The other day we did them in a shield comp. We're just trying it with this one setup. Obviously, Pochvin is very dangerous. So make sure you check your pod to make sure that you don't have any implants. Unstable travel filament that has a chance to take you to a really nice place, but a small chance to get you taken to, I don't know, the Shira Gate in Amazon. All right, let's go ahead and give people a chance to hop in here. Pochvin is a nice, welcoming place. Yeah. Exactly. This is why we kind of were low-key about telling people about it. So the reason why we're doing this is because... So in order to get the Babaraga, we will need to get Triglavian salvage. And Triglavian salvage involves killing Triglavians. So I don't really want to have to kill Triglavians. But getting people positive with the Triglavians will make it easier to salvage from somebody else who is killing Triglavians, which pisses them off and is hilarious. But also, like, if you get dual standings, you can actually increase your standings with both Edencom and the Trig, making you positive with both. So that way... like, you can kind of bounce between the two in order to keep both positive, but yet still run both sites. So the more positive standings we can get with both, the easier that is to do. So we've been running some dual standings fleets this week in order to get that going. All right, X up in fleet with what you've got and or what your status is if you still need to get going. How far am I from 0-0? I am at negative 2.18 with Edencom. So we got the other day, I went from negative 2.38 to negative 2.18. So basically 10% of the way there. I agree that Trig mats should be in the Trig LP store for sure, but we're preparing. I am going to go make myself a cup of coffee really quick. Let me find something to put on for you guys. Oh, 07, Morcar. Have a good one. So this is a 6-minute long video. So those of you who are getting your fleet together or getting together for the fleet, like this is your last opportunity to get things going. I want to take off as soon as this is over. So hopefully we can get people situated. Here we go.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations, where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
All right, we're about to get started. Sorry, I was telling my puppy that she's probably going to have to move. I was muted. When did I remember to mute myself? All right. All right, puppy. Let's go ahead and get ready to go. All right. All right. Do we have everybody ready to go?
Not quite.
Okay. What are we waiting on?
Confirmation, we just got one in.
Well, let me go look at the fleet comp. So we've got Astral is not here yet. We've got a Cenotaph. I hope that's not real. You're bringing a Cenotaph today? We're forming up in Dodixie. But so this is going to be a smaller fleet, guys. We will be doing more of these. If you're interested, just go ahead and keep an eye out on the Discord and sign up for PvPvE, because that's what these get classified as. We got 2 jumps. I mean, you're welcome to bring it, but we don't have the correct reps for it, and it's just gonna get killed. So I'd prefer we can do something with it another time. I would strongly recommend you bring one of the ones that are requested, because otherwise it's going to raise our profile. There's a few people in stream that if we survive for any length of time in Pochvin, it's going to be by their good graces, and you bringing a Cenotaph is going to greatly increase their desire to come and kill us. We're just going to be doing some rogue drone sites. Maybe we're going to try the sleeper site if we can. Yeah. We're doing Pochvin. I need to dust you off. You're dirtier than some of my Eve ships. I mean, I've had it for 14 years now. The Basilisk police skin. I don't, shit. I can't log out right now with this character. Go check. Sorry. I wouldn't get it right now. I would wait till this afternoon, evening punch anyways. Eve Tycoon is not probably going to have it yet. Thanks, Sargon. Hey, man. EVE Online is a game about the practical application of bad ideas. Once we get Sakura in here in the correct ship, I think we're going to be good to go. I can't believe that I distracted everybody for 2.5 hours and the fleet still was... I thought you guys were all going to be like, oh my god, when is he going to be done? I want to go. Turns out you weren't even ready.
You put pretty pictures on the screen, so they all looked at that instead.
I mean, that's fair.
And Basilisk is currently 1.8 billion Jita.
Ah, damn. We only have one Executor, or sorry, we have only one Vexer, but I mean, this is a battle exec fleet, so you could come with the Vexer if you want to, or you can just come with another Executor. They're kind of the same thing at this point. Okay. What do you think is a good price? 200 million? I would be shocked if you're going to be able to get it for under $1 billion. Ever. At least for the next 2 years. That said, you could put up a fairly reasonable buy order because the buy orders I saw were really low. You could put up a fairly reasonable buy order and see if somebody sells to it. It's not unheard of. Sakura, you ready to go? All right. Undock, 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 undock. Destination LinkedIn Fleet. First destination LinkedIn Fleet. Undock. Is anybody here hostile to Trig or Edencom right now? By default, you're hostile to Trig. You're hostile to Edencom? Okay. Hey, so am I. Looks like everybody but Astral's here. Let's go ahead and actually head to this one and put this here so people can see that. And this here so people can see that. And take work. Yeah, like I said, Punch, I think that, like, the next couple of days are going to be much better for buying them than right now, because everybody's, like, this is the very beginning of the sale. I do love having other people with the same skin as me. Jump, jump. Align Ermi, align Ermi. Align Ermi, align Ermi. Align the broadcast. We are doing this without any scouts. This is 100% dumb. This is your last chance to double check to make sure your implants aren't in. Consider insurance for your ship, whatever. I can lock, tractor, and salvage, but go flashing only. You cannot tractor a wreck that is yellow. You can only salvage it. You can salvage any wreck. You cannot loot it. You cannot tractor it. Well, you can loot it. It'll make you go suspect. You can't tractor it at all.
We've got one person who might want to join.
Okay.
Too late, or...
I mean, technically, no. Correct, assuming that the wreck is yellow. Align velour, align velour. Yeah, if somebody wants to dart over and get to Cat like sooner rather than later, we could probably bring him in. We who are about to die. Thanks, Sargon. Sargon says it's all clear. So when we warp to the wormhole, there might be Triglavians on one side and Edencom on the other. We're going to just attempt to warp as fast as we can. If you do get caught by either side, just jump through the wormhole. Jump, 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 jump.
If they're going to filament in, which type should they use, they ask?
Hold on. This sounds like a setup. No, I'm just kidding. I would go with Kryveles. Take warp. Should have gotten you guys to align. I didn't. Kryveles has the closest, is the best opportunity to actually land near us. Jump, jump. Because all the other ones could theoretically drop you in, like, the other side of the triangle. Jump, 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 jump. Align broadcast, align broadcast, align broadcast, align broadcast. Take warp. Our Vexor pilots are going to be Kai and Sakru. So exec pilots, you could theoretically slave your drones off to them, although chances are, like, they're going to be firing outside of their fall off, if anything. So we probably will want people to just control their own drones for today. We are experimenting with this fit. This is actually a PvP comp from Galente Faction Warfare that was very successful back in the day. Jump, 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 jump. Thank you. Cozy. By the way, Cozy, hit me up after this. I need to talk to you about some other stuff. Jump, 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 jump. Take warp, take warp, take warp. That's fair, Cozy. Well, whenever you wake up, I just need to talk to you soon. Curious if you run into less drifters, the same or more. When we did it this weekend, we got 0 doomsdays. So we'll see what we get this. Oh no! The best laid plans of mice and men. Fuck. All right, hold on. Damn it. Let's go back to Dodixie, grab a filament. I scanned this down 3 hours ago. You weren't supposed to close. Okay. All right. So let's talk a little bit about how I did this and why we're never. I don't know, man. So, oops. So, jump. So this is eatingcom.space, which is a very useful website for tracking Pochfin. So we can see if we scroll down a little bit that Vale has only... Oh. Vale has 13, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry, 12 different connections. Is it possible to have positive standings with drifters? I don't believe so. So this is one of those tourism fleets I was hearing about? Yeah, no kidding. So the idea is that you can go and scan all 12 of these systems to find the wormhole that will get you in and out of Pochfin, given any given system. So in this case, we're looking at Vale system. We can see that there's a lot of high-sec systems, one low-sec system. Jump floor. So I went through and I scanned all these down and found the hole in Omer. We could theoretically do this again to find the correct wormhole, and under normal conditions, I would do that. But we're doing this live, so we're doing this wrong. We're just going to go and grab a Vale filament and go. Or, sorry, Vela's filament. You can guarantee that you'll scan all 12 before you find it? Well, this morning I scanned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did 7 systems before I found it last time. But the problem is that without doing that, we don't have probes with our fleet. So I cannot guarantee, in fact, I have no way for us to get out of Pochfin once we're in, unless I bring an extraction filament, which, I mean, I may or may not do. You should probably do that. But like, jump. Jump, Ermi. Take warp. If you've fallen behind, best speed to Dodixie. Unbelievable. So yeah, other guy who's coming in, just go ahead and get to Dodixie so that way we can all go together. Yes, I should have a scout. I didn't really want to employ too many people. We should, like... I should work with people more about having things set up, but also I didn't realize how long the first segment was going to be. Like the stream. Chaos is the best. Make me feel a little bit better. I don't know. Gift subs. Make me feel better. Jump. Take warp. It's like the most dangerous game. As soon as they go in, I hit my stopwatch and wait 5 minutes before starting the hunt. As long as you're not trying to use the actual stream to like figure out where we are, that's no fun. That's no fun at all. This would have been so slick if that wormhole hadn't collapsed, though. Like, let's admit that. I would have just... We would have zooped right into Pochfin and had total control over things. Would be able to zoop back out when we're ready to. It would have been glorious. Bob said no today. Bob said, screw your stream. Bob's mad because of all the shit talking I've been doing about drifters all day. Take warp. Take warp. Feel free to grab a Divana filament. They're very, very cheap. And if for some reason we get split up and you need to leave, that's going to be your best method out. All right, so I'm going to grab a, we said Velas, right? How many people do we have? 9? Okay. Okay. Undock, undock, undock. What's up, Ragtag? Undock, undock, undock. Take warp. Kai, you there?
Wait!
Yeah. I got you. So,
Sorry,
by the way, execs, you should be using 2 reppers under normal conditions. The 3rd repper is only for emergencies. Also, it's a small. Is this real? We'll see if this fit is okay. It probably isn't. This is probably not the correct fit for what we're doing. It's fine.
I mean, we've got 2 mediums.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, it's not cap stable the way I'd like it to be. This is more of a PvP, definitely more of like a actual PvP fit. We should have gone with Sun Restorations instead now that I look at it. But whatever, we're here now. Set your safeties to yellow. Great. So yeah, as long as your micro warp drive is off and you use 1 repper, you're completely cap stable. Just keep that in mind. Don't try to you know, save your charges for when you actually need them.
Not all here yet. Not all here yet.
Okay, warp to ash, warp to ash, warp to ash. Lots of pretty ships. Oh. Yep, that's going to take too long. All right, see you on the other side. Hopefully. $50 seconds. All right, Sargon. We've got a pretty tough little fleet to jump, though. Ten seconds. Let's go. Yeet. All right, we're in Archie. Cool. Excellent. Perfect. Align veil, line veil, line veil. Take warp. So we are looking for systems that are connected to nullsec because they're going to spawn rogue drone sites, or wormhole space, which they're going to spawn sleeper sites. Hey, we ended up in the anchorage. That's interesting. Check out that structure. That thing's big. All right, jump. Jump, 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 jump. Perfect.
Update watch list.
Take warp. We are warping to the drone swarm. As soon as we land, anchor up, prop on. Our goal is to get off the point as quickly as possible, so that way if anybody causes any, like decides to jump on us, it's going to be harder for them to actually land on us. Prop on, anchor up. Regroup given. Drones out, drones out. Anchor up, prop on. Anchor up, prop on. Regroup given again. I guess in theory we could have waited longer to drop the drones, but I think it'll be fine. Go ahead and lock up the rats. Once you've caught up with Ash, go ahead and prop off. Free fire on drones, free fire on drones. So the way this works is that every time you get a kill in a system, you get rewarded for the largest kill of that empire, of that faction within that system within the last 20 minutes.
Probe
So chances are... What?
Probe fleet issue at 14.
Yeah, I've seen them. Vexers will probably not be using their blasters unless we have a bigger target. Try to focus on drones. All right. Free fire, free fire, free fire.
Cool.
Core, that's fine. Cores are no problem. Also, make sure you do keep an eye on your drones just in case they become targeted, obviously. Are 3 to 4 guys decently sized squad to try taking on some parchment content? Honestly, I was willing to do this with 2 execs. If you're doing... The rogue drone sites themselves are very, very simple to run. You could probably get a cruiser that can solo these sites. The sleeper ones are a little bit harder. And give a lot better rewards. But the big thing is that you're kind of hoping for the rare spawn out of these sites. But yeah, you definitely don't need a fleet this big. But the nice thing is that, like, everybody gets standings for these kills. So, it doesn't matter. We can overload the site all we want. The payout's going to be a little bit less for the site. These sites are designed around 3 people. Yeah, a Snipey Destroyer can solo stuff. For sure. But the goal here is to be able to get the biggest rats. You know, we could go do the sleeper stuff and we can do the overminds when they spawn. I don't think that the Snipey Corm can actually kill an overmind. You could kill a single one of these frigates and stuff, which if you're just trying to get positive standings with both Edencom and Trig, like, that's the best way to do it. You just fly into one of these sites, you warp to an incipient drone swarm at, like, maximum range, and then just snipe one of the rats, and you're good to go. Just one is all it takes. That's the end of the site. We got 3 million ISK. They're all going to leave now. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. Align Angie, broadcasted. Align Angie, pull drones, align Angie. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
The point of this fleet is that even if you're going to jump this fleet, it is a giant pain in the ass to kill it compared to the amount of loot that it's worth. Jump, 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 jump. You can also use the agency. Oh, there's a probe fleet. Take warp. We can open up the agency and look up Explorer, combat anomalies, any security, and we'll be able to see, like, okay, well, hey, there we go. Next door, there's 2 Torpid Sleeper Hives. So we're going to see whether or not we can take on a Torpid Sleeper Hive, okay? Sweet. Align broadcast, line broadcast, line broadcast. Align broadcast, line broadcast, line broadcast. Yeah, Chris. Sorry, not sorry. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
As you can see, guys, I'm doing nothing to try to provide like OPSEC. The reason why this gutter exists on this side is actually to kind of hide chat just in case, because, you know, people deserve their privacy. Jump, 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 jump. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Once we land, anchor up, prop on. Drones out, same as before. Correct, Astral's not with us. All right, do not attack yet. If you do get red box, let us know. Anchor up, prop on. Regroup given. Oops.
Area
Drones
red
out.
box.
Okay, great. Drones out. Drones out. Proceed to kill. Go ahead and kill. Make sure Ares gets reps. 1 rep each for now. Do not attack Ares with your drones. Make sure those are 2 different orders. Oof, that's not great. Once you've caught up with Ash, prop off.
France has bruises.
Remember, we've got limited locks, so be careful.
Area's red box by forgetting being neuted.
All right. We're probably going to just ignore that. Now Ash is being red boxed by the cruiser. What? That was the end of the site? All right, well, fair enough. I don't think that... I think these rats are going to just warp off. So, go ahead and approach the one, but I think that they're just going to warp off. Downcycle reps. That way you don't waste cap. Yep, there they go. All right. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. All drones in, all drones in. Prop off, prop off. All drones in.
That Mecha 14.
That's fine. Take warp. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Hurricane.
Yep. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, no, this definitely works. We were doing it with scythes and harpies before, but I mean, we just finished asleep. So technically speaking, what we should do is wait. Up, there's the road drone tick. We should wait for the sleeper tick before we do the next site. Like we should go to like the next system over. But now we got battleships, so I want to get the battleships. Let's fight the battleships. Prop on. Not overheated. Prop on. Anchor on Ash. We can probably wait for drones to be out because they're so far away. We're going to try to get away from here and go underneath them. Prop on. Anchor on Ash. Regroup command given. All right, there is a cruiser that should be within range soon enough. If you are within range of the upholder, go ahead and send out your drones. I think these guys might be asleep. Now, this is one of the nice things. A lot of times the rats will actually be asleep when you first show up, which means if you don't kill anything. So we could actually go, we could stop attacking the fated, this guy, and then just get around the sentinel and be able to, like, get on top of them before they can do anything. But
Box by frigate.
now that we've killed something, they've woken up. At least some of them might have.
Agonizer awake.
Prop off once you've gotten within range of the sentinel. So we just repping each other while the drones deal the damage? Exactly. This fleet comp is actually really silly. It's just a bunch of execrers so we can all rep each other and let our drones do the work.
Dimension Kai.
Awake.
Yep. Now, it's even better if you have somebody with a long-range capabilities, so that way you've got like a drone bunny that can direct everybody else's attacks. Even like a rapier would be neat for like long-range webs. That'd be cool. I'm going to go prop on for a couple of cycles to get further up near the sentinel. Ash is gaining some aggro. Ash needs reps. Ash needs lots of reps. Thank you. Keep it up. Drop on 2 more cycles just to get us further up near the Sentinel. Sentinel's almost dead. Aggro off Ash. Sight's over. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. So we'll see what that tick was like. So the previous tick, the rogue drones tick was 0.06, which for eating comm is worth only 0.004. So that's a very small amount. It's good if that's all you need to be positive, like by default with trig and eating comm. But obviously, if you're trying to do what I'm trying to do, it's not that much. Looting these, especially the sleepers, can be pretty valuable. Can be, but isn't in this case. Align broadcast, align broadcast, align broadcast, drones in, align broadcast, drones in, align broadcast, drones in. So there are payouts for these sites, about 3 million for this group. We get more per person if we had only 3 people, but we're not really here for the ISK. We're here for the ticks, for the standings. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
We will be doing dual standings fleets again, like probably most of this week. If people are interested, make sure to jump in the Discord. I do hear a lot of good things about Ikoria. Especially now. No, I'm just kidding. Jump through, jump through, jump through. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Oh, let's go. Shit. Let's get out of here. That Bargus fleet is likely doing the observatory flashpoints. Who knows? They could be coming to kill us. We'll find out.
Same ship names as we ran into with the last Bargus fleet.
Yeah. Prop on. Anchor on Ash. Regroup given. Drones out. Target 1 first. Prop on. Drones out. Target 1. Anchor on Ash. Once you've caught up with Ash, go ahead and prop off. This is way closer to the actual entrance that I like. We're gonna keep going this direction. Where's the other battleship? Ooh. Alright, go after the other battleship.
Frigates moving. Cruiser moving. Battleship moving.
Yep. Get on there. Kai.
Frigates are on Kai. No, all of them.
Yep. Drones to the battleship.
Sakura probably moved back to the fleet.
Yeah, Sakura, you should be with the rest of the fleet. Free fire, free fire, free fire. Are they going to do something with the shipcasters? The shipcasters do stuff. Strands. I'm not sure which shipcaster you think isn't doing much. If the militias aren't utilizing their shipcaster, that's kind of on them.
Thrans can go down to 1 across.
So now that we're in a different system, these sleepers count as a different one than the previous system over. So we're doubling up on our stuff. Whereas if we did we're probably going to hold off on doing the other sleeper hive within this system because we just got a battleship. So we're going to wait till we get our second battleship. There's that one. Pull drones. This is certainly going a lot smoother than the Harpies, I would say. Drones in. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
There are really no combat anomalies either direction in one jump. That's kind of funny. I mean, the militia are the only ones that can use the shipcasters. While we're here, the observatory flashpoint is Edencom based in Pochfin, right? So we can't really go there. We can go check out a disrupted gate though for pretty, just to be like, hey, that's pretty. Vigilance point, that's the drifter one from the event. Take warp. Excuse me. I need to get water. Everybody can ooh and ah at the drifter or at the disrupted gate. Everybody's friendly with Trig, right? I mean, they're far away actually, but where are they going? Where are they going? Where are they going? Oh, they're heading to the sun. Well, this might... What?
I was going to say fleet is a mix of blue and white for Thran's.
That's kind of funny. Align sun, align sun, align sun. We're going to see what we can do. There might be something juicy there. I'm going to make a landing pounce. Excellent, excellent. All right, hold on. We're gonna engage with this. Hey, there's drifters. Okay, so that's the first drifter tick. We need a second drifter tick. Oh, this is also the same system that we just did at Battleship in, so this isn't quite useful to us. Take warp. But look at those juicy wrecks. Look at all those juicy wrecks.
Didn't get the warp.
Warp to Ash if you didn't get the warp. Warp to Ash if you didn't get the warp.
No, it's approach range.
Too close.
Sweet. Perfect. Excellent. Great. My favorite. All right. I'm going to burn away.
Burning another direction.
Once you hit 150 kilometers, warp to me. Friends, you should be good. Malin, you should be good. All right, we're about to go in. I don't know why we're going in. We already got a battleship. Whatever, we're doing it. This is not the smartest thing to do, but we're still doing it. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Hopefully everybody got that.
Nope.
What?
I know we did.
All right. Anchor on Ash. Regroup given. Drones on 1.
On Malin.
This is also where we are much more likely to be jumped on by Malin. Whee! Oh boy. Come on, save Malin. Prop on. Excellent, excellent. Who's firing at Malin? Are the sleepers? Yeah, the sleepers are. Okay, good. We're helping the Triggy boys.
Molin, can you dock in the system? You've already got a battleship.
Sacro.
Thran's.
Anthrans. This is a lot more exciting. Ash has a little bit of aggro too.
Thorans has both battleships and 1 cruiser.
Ash has nothing, I guess, now.
I'm warping to dock.
Okay. Anchor on Ash. I'm going to take us towards one of the...
Damage switched.
Yep, on Ash, on Ash, on Ash.
The capacitor is empty.
Come on, battleship. Yay, within range. Get on that battleship if you can.
The capacitor is empty.
This is why we've got cap boosters, fucker. Excitement for no good reason. Let's go. Off Ash, off Ash, off Ash.
Mila.
Mila. We're saving the Triggy boys.
Coming back.
Perfect. See, I love the fights like this, man. This feels really cool, fighting alongside the Trig. Why am I not repping Mila?
Thorans.
Mila's way off. Mila's way off from me.
Thorans.
All right, all hostiles should be dead. All hostiles should be dead. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. Nobody else should be taking damage. If you're taking damage, then it's by Trig. And I need to know right away. All right, drones in, drones in, drones in. Drones in. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. Got a whole bunch
Do
of
we
cameras.
salvage?
We could. Do we have any salvagers?
I have.
Well,
Mila, drones in.
take warp.
Warp drive active.
All right. Feel free to go and salvage if you want. We'll just watch over you while we wait for the next tick. Obviously, the trig ships are going to be a higher priority for salvage. I hate the flickering lights. Watchman is eerie. I turn off the flickering by turning off AMD, FSR. Oh. Did I just do something really bad? Oh no. Okay, yeah, I'm good. And that did not fix the flickering. Okay, great. Somebody else keep an eye on D-scan while I'm doing silly things. Yeah. I know. Wait. Yeah. Okay. salvage drones. That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Parchment's so cool looking, though. We're pretty due for another standings hit, aren't we? So that drifter one that we got from the last system gave us 0.026 with eating com, so awesome. Get anything good over there?
Calm dark filament.
Woo!
No, I'm going to go for something far more tasty. There's a corpse out there.
I saw that. Watch out, Thrans. You're outside of our range now. Let me pull us a little bit further away.
Don't worry, bounce a Forak.
Well, you never know when things go bad, so I'm just going to move a little bit further away for you.
Yeah, at some point the curses hidden amongst us will get bored.
I mean, you saw that set of hurricanes that fucking landed on us last time. In Parchment, it goes tits up real fast.
And I did use up all my luck on blueprints today.
That's a lot of successful salvage right there. Oh, this is a G5 yellow. Excuse me, a G5 yellow star.
Is that why it
Gold.
flickers?
No, I've noticed that, like, recently, I guess with DirectX 12, lights are flickering. Our buddies are warping off, so be careful. Let's see. That other standings hit was 13 minutes ago. We should have already gotten the other one by now. I guess we did do that site really fast. I just cleared my peld, so that way if we get incoming DPS, we can keep track of that. Oh, I guess the Lashak remained. There it is. 0.2. Thank you. Big hit. So eating com 0.37. 0.037. Drones in, drones in, drones in, drones in, drones in, drones in. I know they're salvage drones, so I'll give you a few seconds to pull them in. We good yet? Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's like every 15 minutes, but it's per system. Oh no, Malik, what have you done? Let me guess, it's about the Glente elections. All right. Anchor on Ash, prop on. Anchor on Ash, prop on. Anchor on Ash, prop on. I miss the old days when you could actually, like, target the rocks, and so you could warp from one side to the other. A bit more time for strikes and violence, yeah. At this point, Celis Agard is just setting herself up for failure. Like, this whole situation with the Glente is kind of becoming a self-inflicted wound. Orbit the battleship, drones out. DPS on the ward preserver while we get close to the battleship. I don't really care. They should be. Are they asleep? They are. I don't know if they're asleep, but doesn't matter. We're still going to kill them.
I'd say asleep based on engines.
Cool. Kill battleship, kill battleship, kill battleship.
More reps to Okinawa.
They're landing.
Olga Ken.
Prop off once you're here. Anchor on Ash. Regroup given. New rats. Kill, kill, kill. Raider battleship, Orpheus Tyrannos. Well, now we get to find out how fucking exciting this is going to be. Do not attack Orpheus. Kill the frigates first. We're going to need to be... Actually, shit. New thought. Do not attack the frigates. Let's go ahead and get into a tight orbit with Orpheus. Fuck. Well, this, I got some good news and I got some bad news, guys. Prop on or orbit Orpheus at 1000 or 100. Sorry, orbit Orpheus at like 5K, I should say. Get on top of them. Do not attack the frigates yet. We want to get on top of Orpheus. Hopefully he's asleep. If he's asleep,
Currently not moving.
if he's asleep, then we're all, it's fucking our lucky day, guys. It's our lucky day. Otherwise, one of us is going to die, more likely than not, but that is a sacrifice that I am willing to make. So everybody go ahead and get a tight orbit on Orpheus. Prop on, prop on. He is a raider battleship, which means... oh, no, this guy lacks a primary strike weapon. Never mind. Screw it. We're fine. No DD. We're so good. Orpheus, the screwed. All right.
Also, I'm pretty sure it's asleep.
It is asleep. I don't think that Doomsday happens when asleep, but I don't know for sure. But it also doesn't have a Doomsday. So, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. We're just going to kill it. See what happens. Web it. This is a good opportunity for you to get your blasters up and running for the Vexers. Lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it, lock it. Yeah, no Doomsday. We win. That's going to make this hit, this standings hit really good. Perfect. All right, let's go after the frigates. You go ahead and loot that wreck. Loot the wreck. Let me tell me what you got. I got that stupid bug where it always shows, it sounds like you're in warp. Just interstellar stuff? Okay. Free fire. Prop on like 2 cycles, just enough to be able to get in range for your drones. Begin firing. We don't want to spread up the fleet too much. A tracking disruption drone is not going to do enough to be noticeable, probably. Sakru. Ordering a regroup now. Next wave is already here. Finish off this frigate, then we're going to start heading to those guys.
Mila?
Mila?
Yeah, Milo. But just a frigate.
Yep. I mean, these are sleeper frigates, so just a frigate can be pretty nasty, honestly. All right. Prop on. Prop on. We're going to head down to these guys. Man, I'm getting like every Eve bug right now, like live. Great. Perfect. That's what you want. All right, when you get within range of them, go ahead and start sending drones out. And prop off once you've caught up with Ash. You guys will notice how much I use hotkeys and bounding boxes in order to lock things or do stuff like
Hostile.
Vexor Navy issues. Hostiles. Do we want to fight them? No. Pull drones. No one scrammed, right? No one scrammed?
Nope.
Pull drones. I don't see them doing very much. We've already gotten everything we need to out of this site. I'm not...
They are bait.
Yeah. Reps to Thrans. Actually, I just realized. Okay, we're leaving. Take warp. I realized that the wrecks on field represent something that they could warp to at any second. So we're just gonna leave. Is that you, Sargon? Was that you? I mean, if you want to finish the site, it's open. We've killed almost all of them. If you want your extra 3 million or 6 million ISK, there you go. Our gift to you. All right. Align broadcast, line broadcast, line broadcast, line broadcast. Probably not yet. Well, I mean, kind of. The answer is kind of. Take warp. We are just not here. We'll see if they catch us on the way. Jump on contact, jump on contact, jump on contact, jump on contact. Every time you make space friends, so you try to run away. I mean, you know. Tell you what, I'll tell you this. We're coming to Vale. We're going to drop stuff off in Vale, and then we're going to stop. We won't be scared. How about that? Take warp, take warp, take warp. I'll let you guys come and fight us. We'll do it in Vale, though, okay? I'm not one to deny people good fights in Pochfin, all right? Let me be clear. But I just want to make sure that we settle our objectives, call this a victory, and then we can go have fun. If you catch us before then, I mean, good on ya. No fighting? Oh, no. That glorification of the fit, mortification of the unfit, Sargon. I'm a big believer in that, too. Take warp. Ah, there's a new torpid sleeper hive here, though. We could do that here.
You warp too fast.
Warp Veil if you didn't get order. Warp Veil if you didn't get the warp. Jump on contact. Warp Veil, jump on contact. Warp Veil, jump on contact. I mean, we did just kill the drifter battleship, so we were kind of like, well, why are we even staying here? That was to your disadvantage, I suppose. Take warp. If you didn't get warp, warp to top station, warp top station, warp top station. In Vale. Current orders are to warp to top station in Vale. Dock up, dock up, dock up. Drop off whatever you have of value. And then we're going to undock and keep going through silliness and hopefully get killed. When you're ready, undock, undock, undock. Make sure you insure your ships. Actually, I should do that too. Make sure to insure your ship before we go.
Can we do that in Drifter Station? Yeah. Trig stations?
Can you
I
not?
think we can.
Let's see if I can. What'd you miss? We're just running around in Pochton right now. You missed me ranting about the event. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, I don't think I can insure. Neat.
Trigs don't recompensate you.
Nope. All right, undock, undock, undock. I think the little bobs in trig stations should do the trig scanning effect instead of the normal scanning effect. All right, let's go back to Angie. I saw a drifter site there. Take warp. Next time, give commands instead of smack talking. When did I smack? What? Oh, what? What are you talking about?
Just no jump on the gates.
Oh, well, yeah, that's because we were doing, like, fast. Sorry. I thought I said drop on contact at least once. I said jump on contact at least once with each gate. I'm pretty sure. All right, jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. We should be in Angie. All right, Kai. I'm with you. Ooh, another. That's a solid. That's a good hit right there. 0.044. That's even better. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
24-day-old character in Pochvin. Nothing suspicious about that. Anchor on Ash, prop on. Anchor on Ash, prop on. Soon Eating Com will not shoot you. Nice. I still got a little ways to go. I'm at 2.07. I'm getting so close. Like, low-key, my goal is to make it so that I can, like, theoretically gain standing. Like, if I shoot at trigs, I can stay above 3.0 with trigs and still get above 0 with Eating Com. So I need to get, like, actually quite a bit more. What did I do? Kind of nuke their station. I mean, well, first of all, I was the leader of the Kybernauts during invasions, but also we ran around and destroyed a whole bunch of war posts one day for standings. All right, drones out. Drones out. Go ahead and attack. A squall. Okay. What did I do? I helped finance the Triglavian invasions. That's what I did. Prop off once you've caught up. Be like, this is a very bad spot for us to be in right now. Prop on for 2 cycles. Free fire, free fire. What's up, Mad Hatter? The reason why this is a bad position to be in was because we were 100 off the warp in. And if they warped in from, say, planet 4, they would have landed pretty close to being directly on top of us, which would have been unfortunate for us. Going to do a regroup just in case. Regroup order given. All right, things are about to get spicy.
On Kai.
I guess not that spicy. New rats.
Off Kai.
On Ash, but it's only a frigate. New wave, prop on, 2 cycles. All right, fire, fire, fire. Yep, we're doing some dual standings. Okay, Ogakin. Oof. That is not. That's not the right fit, is it? Taking that much damage that quickly? Is that the fit we linked? Oh, nah, that's fair.
It
you link
wasn't
your
the
fit?
message for the day.
You link your fit? Hey, battleships. That's good. Do not fire. Do not fire. Prop on. We're going to get close to the battleship of 1. We're going after the battleship of 1. Do not fire at the other things. Yep, that's why you're taking a lot more damage. All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fair. But we still saved you, so, I mean, better than that Kiki the other day. All right, once you can get damage on 1, go ahead and send your drones in. Prop off once you get close enough, or, you know, once you catch up with Ash.
That squall's back on long.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go after 2. 2, 2, 2. Be careful. Things are about... This is spicy time.
Thran's has room.
Props should still be off. Drones on Faded Hypnosian. Reps on Thrans.
Sakaru, you are off on your own.
Yep, let's hope that Sack doesn't get aggro. All right, free fire, free fire, free fire.
Scrounged by Watcher.
All right. Let's go ahead and call that as our primary target then.
Off Thran's.
On Mila.
That's payout. Pull drones, drones, drones. Pull in drones, pull in drones, pull in drones. All right. This is a decent stopping point, but we can also keep going. So go ahead and X up in fleet if you want to keep going. Five, 6. Looks like we got basically everybody, so that's fine. Let's keep going. Drones in, drones in, drones in. Blind Veil. We're about to head to Veil. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Jump, 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 jump. Hey, there's a torpid sleeper hive here. Take warp. Hey, there's drifters. So another 0.02 with eating calm. Keep chunking away at it. We're keep chunking away at it. I'm going to be below -1 point. Well, -2. I'm going to -1 point something by the end of this fleet. That's hot. All right. Let's make sure Astral gets on the fleet watch list. Anchor up on Ash, prop on. Anchor up on Ash, prop on. Astral can warp to Astral can warp to Ash. Regroup broadcasted. Prop on, prop on, prop on. -6 Blood Raiders to +6 with your alt. Is that just mission running? Yeah. That is insane. You were insane. Astral is on grid. Make sure he's on your watch list. Anchor up on Ash as soon as possible. Prop on. Rats are landing. Prop off once you've caught up with Ash. Drones out. Free fire, free fire, free fire. Are there distribution missions for pirates? I don't think so. Are there?
No, there is for angels.
Huh. Fair enough. Make sure you're anchored on Ash. Battleship. We're going to orbit the battleship. Ignore all the rest of the rats for now. Prop on, prop on. Burn to the battleship. Or, well, just stay anchored on Ash. I'm burning towards the battleship. Do not attack the other rats. Once you can get drones on the battleship, go ahead and send your drones in on the battleship. Feel free to prop off if you've caught up with Ash. I'm actually going to go orbit the Warden as we kill the battleship since they're asleep.
Suggest watcher over warden.
Sure.
Just the watcher is probably going to have scrams again.
Yep. Watcher is next. Watcher is next.
On Kai.
Now Warden. Warden, Warden. Try to stay anchored on Ash. New rats.
Prop to catch up with Ash.
Once we're done with this preserver, 1 then 2. 1 then 2, 1 then 2. Grants his aggro.
Thran's is fine.
Okay. 1 then 2, 1 then 2. Two.
Thran says room.
They sure know who made the skins, huh?
Off Kai.
Astral, you're way out of position. All right, next wave. We're waiting for next wave. Thanks, Ari. Come on, give us something juicy. That's not it. There. Yay! Another Orpheus. Get on Orpheus, get on Orpheus, get on Orpheus. Do not attack anything else. Get on top of Orpheus. Prop on. Do not pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. I do not want anything else being attacked. Get on top of Orpheus. Prop on. On top of Orpheus, prop on. On top of Orpheus, prop on. Orbit 5K. Thanks, Mullen. Thanks. Everybody say thanks, Mullen, for getting us all
Thanks,
killed.
Marlin.
Thanks, Mullen.
All right. Get on top of Orpheus. Orpheus. I'm glad that we're getting Orpheuses, though. This is juicy. This has been a great little run, huh?
Confirmed drifters for Dutch.
Go ahead and DPS onto Orpheus. DPS onto Orpheus. Get over here as fast as possible. Orbit tight. Prop off once you're here. Get DPS on Orpheus. I wonder if you could get enough drones to be attacking the battleship that you can kill it within the 5 seconds it takes for the Doomsday to fire. Because the drones don't lose lock. Relock, relock, relock. Like, my drones keep shooting. Next is going to be the Fated Hypnosian Avenger. If we still have to fight them, this might finish the site. Hey, DeBoyd, thank you for that sponsorship. Becoming a member, 07 to you. All right, go ahead and kill the cruiser.
Sakura.
There it is. Pull drones, pull drones, pull drones. Give me a donate link for it. What? For TTS. What? Oh. I'll have to figure that out. I had that working with Twitch. I'll work on that. I apologize. Instead, I'll just read it out. You say what you want, I'll read it out. I don't know. Okay, drones in, drones in, drones in. Mila needs to leave. Well, we are in Vale, so just dock up in top station if you need to. In the meantime, everybody else align broadcast, align broadcast, align broadcast. So, if you do dock up in Vale, we can get you out soon.
Or Thrans will probably just buy the ship and you can self-destruct.
Or that too. Or clone jump or whatever. All right. And take warp.
Warp drive active.
Ecom, keep going up and up and up. I mean, yeah. I mean, I would consider it a public fleet. Anybody's allowed to join. But also, I wouldn't necessarily join right now. We're towards the end of the fleet, I can tell you that. Why no dono link in description? Oh my god. The boy, you can message me in Discord and yell at me about all those things, and I legitimately appreciate it, and I'll get it sorted. Jump, 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 jump. We are doing a Pochfin dual standings fleet. Yes, Malin, that's probably true. But also, I might change a lot of it. There is also Patreon, a merch store, and you can also donate. Well, Streamlabs. Wait, I do have a direct donation thing, and that should have a text-to-speech thing for PayPal. I don't know, man. I haven't had to worry about it yet. All right, take warp.
Warp drive active.
Although that being said, I do advise people to become a member instead, because that gives you all my stuff is connected better with YouTube. It gets you the videos early. It gets you into my supporters chat. All right. We're going to burn towards the battleship, find out if they're sleeping or not. Anchor up on Ash. Prop on. Anchor on Ash, prop on. Regroup command given. Do not attack until we get confirmation that they're attacking us.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Night.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, DeBoyd. You can also use super chats and super chats. I see those get called out like specifically, and I will read those out loud if text-to-speech does not. All right, go ahead and get damage on the Hypnosian Psychopomp. And just in case it's not there, my PayPal is like ashrothi@gmail.com. It shouldn't be that hard to find if you want to just directly contribute like that. But I'm not 100% sure how set up that is. Hold on. Yeah, alerts should be here. If you do something, it should show up an alert. Streamlabs. And in fact, it should have text-to-speech. I'll have to look into it for sure, but... Alright, get ready. Free fire. Looks like Astral might be it. Yep. Get damage out there. Reps to Astral. Keep prop off for now. Hey, 29 months Immortal sponsor from Malik. Thank you so much for that. $29 months. 29 months of content, 25 months of friendship. I appreciate every minute of it. Keep killing, keep killing, keep killing. Ash has aggro. And Disco Bandit with 20 bucks. Thank you so much. Super chat. And hit that like. See? There are notifications. Thank you so much, Disco Bandit. Womp womp. Alright. Alright. Waiting for next wave. Thank you guys so much for you guys' support. It means the world to me. It really, really does. No joke. It, like... Especially this last month. Is that site done? Did we get a payout for that? Did I just miss it? We got a payout 2 minutes ago. So yeah, I guess so. Alright, drones in, drones in, drones in. But we did get a battleship in this one, right? Yeah, we started out with a battleship, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, then let's go ahead and just check out Uyashoda just in case. Even though it doesn't say that there's anything there. Who knows? Maybe it just spawned. Lily's going to go look. Align Uyashoda. Take warp.
Warp drive active.
Dropping the scram might also be worth it. Possibly make it more cap stable. Yeah, also changing the... I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do. to give you guys an idea, this is the battle version of the exec. This is the one for fighting Amar, at least. We could theoretically change around the resistance modules for it. Jump, jump. Well, the problem is that we already got a sleeper, so... Hey, drifters. Tick. Eating comes at 2.01. Oh boy! Hold on. That was drifters combat ship kill in Vale. So that was not the one that we just did, obviously. So instead, we're just going to go check out a landmark. Yo! That's right, Sakuru. Awesome. Great. Hey, if there's anything we can get done today, getting you positive with eating calm is going to be a big one. Getting me positive with eating calm is a whole nother story. Positive, but look, man, I'm getting really close. I'm getting to the point where if I get 5.0 with the Triglavian Collective, then I can just, you know, run trig sites until I get positive with eating calm, in theory, and still be 3.0 with... Oh my god. Found it! Hold on. Didn't that just read it? Did that just read it? I'm pretty sure it just read it. My monitor wasn't working right, but I'm pretty sure you guys just heard me, it read the text-to-speech. If not, then I will read it. But we can look below us. This is the Nafka Overmind. This is the thing that's controlling all of the Triglavian rogue drones. It did not? Okay, great. Found it. Been listening since news recap today. I started 2 years ago and have been off for a year. Love your stuff. Fly safe 07. Thank you so much for that, DeBoyd. It really, really means a lot to me. That's so cool of you. Just going to do a regroup. So yeah, below us is this is the Velis Clade Automata Semiosis. So this is the place in which yeah, it looks like it. This is where the rogue drones are being controlled, the pro trig rogue drones, I should say. Let me just look. Oh, no. Yeah, they hit it again. Cool. Yeah, looks like PvP's back on the menu, boys. More information to come out soon on the Discord. Control F9 hides your overview, or hides your UI. There is a special site in each of the different locations. This is the Triglavian, or this is the Velas one. Very cool looking site, I say. There's in the Perun Clade side, there's a Proving Grounds. And in the Farog Clade side, there is a massive, like the shipyard. Yeah, this one is pretty cool. Big rogue drone site. See all the little drones zipping around. Also, just so that people can see it while we're distracted, take warp, take warp. You know, when people do mining in Pochfin, we're going to go check out one of the mining sites. The Besnazine is the best, is generally speaking the best ore in Pochfin, with Pochfin ore being some of the best ore in the game. The nice thing about these sites is that they are dead space, which means you cannot warp within the site. I'll demonstrate that when we get there. Oh, there's a flycatcher here. We might actually have something fun to do. Nope. Okay, so these rocks are big. What?
Barghosts.
Okay. I don't think the Bargus are going to try to land on us. But the point of the matter is that we can come to the mining site and see that there are rocks that are 200 kilometers away, but I can't warp to them because natural phenomena are disrupting. So this is a dead space pocket. So if you burn off of this original beacon here, you can mine pretty safely. Go ahead and align star, or I'm going to do a regroup. Prop on, prop on, prop on. So these rocks are some of the best mining in the game. And of course, anybody who warps to this site will warp in relationship to the beacon. Not, you know, you could get combat probe, doesn't matter. They'll still land within the beacon. And there are rocks within 200 kilometers of the beacon. Hey, there we go.
Astral prop mode.
In Allah. Perfect. All right, align Allah, align Allah, align Allah, prop off, align Allah, prop off, align Allah, prop off. Allah's pretty close to the sun, so awesome. Warping in 3, 2, 1, take warp. Love how empty space is so dynamic. Yep. Pochfin is full of fun stuff. Could still get caught by that ship.
Several Tyrannos nearby.
Yeah, but a drifter polymarca. Ooh, hold. Let's go for it. Big fight. Take warp. Let's fucking go. This is gonna hurt so goddamn bad, guys. This is it. This is the end of the fleet, more likely than not. This is a dumb idea, okay? Because the Rasnenborg are going to be shooting at these guys. They could trigger the Doomsday at any time. We're going to orbit the Polymarcos at close range. Orbit the Polymarcos at close range. Orbit the Polymos at close range. Shit. Cephesios is under attack. We're going to hope that we do not get Doomsdayed. Oh, God.
About to get yeeted.
Yep. There goes Aerie. All right. Orbit Polymarcos. Actually, attack Cephos. Attack Cephos. Everybody attack Cephos. Attack Cephos. Orbit the other one. Attack Cephos. Sakru is taking damage.
Going back to Vale. I got to back up there.
Oh, God. All right. Well, we're losing ships. I need France. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know, man. All right. Well, we're dying.
Yep. Break off.
Ash is dead. Warp off. I warned you guys that was going to hurt, but we did get the Cepheus. So do your damage to the Cepheus, then get off. If you can, get off.
Break for Station Linkton Fleet.
Well, that went a little more poorly than I thought it was going to, actually. I thought we would at least make it to the Doomsday, but those guys can hit real hard. Winter update will expand on the Drifter Storm. Oh, yeah, I think that there's a lot more with the Drifter stuff coming. I think that the idea that this is the end of the Drifter is almost like a trick. Oh my god, Eating Com's trying to catch me too. No. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dock up in Vale, and then I will wrap things up for the day. Thank you guys so much for participating. Did we lose everybody? Hot dang. That Polymos.
No, I survived.
Hey. Yeah, I definitely want to play around with Thorax after the expansion. That's why you left your glorification filament and station. Smart man, Ari. Never trust Ash to bring you home safely. None of you didn't want to do it, though. All right. Well, with all that said, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow people. My fellow Empyreans, my bad. Thank you guys so much for coming. It's been a blast. We got to cover all of the New Eden news for the day, and we talked about the previous event, and we did a nice little roam through Ponchfin to get some dual standings. I think it was pretty successful and a lot of fun, especially for some cheap ships. We're going to be doing more dual standing fleets this week. However, we now have a call to arms. Our facilities have just come under attack, and so we will need people to help defend. If you're interested, please join the Convocation of Empyreans Discord. You do not have to be in the convocation to participate, but, you know, it's always nice. Also, if you're new to EVE or returning to EVE or just have not gotten your free million skill points, please use the link down below or in chat right now in order to get your free million skill points. It helps out those who help out the show and the convocation in game. Consider joining the convocation, yada, yada, yada. Also, you can buy merch like this wonderful Convocation of Empyreans mug that I've been drinking out of all day. But all that said, I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Oh yeah, I mean, the invited is supporting the Angel Cartel. Don't get me wrong. Come support us and we'll help you. For more information, we'll be talking about this on Discord, about the attack. But with all that said, I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space. Tomorrow we should be doing a stream. Unknown. Watching the Discord for more information. Bye! Thank you guys for the fleet. All of you who joined the fleet, thank you very much. You can get, everybody else can say bye if you want.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Like the stream for the guineas. Bye!
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city